power21.org, where they play my favorite music.
Yes, this is Sherry Hill, the author of the Marquis Hill story, From the Cradle to the Bowl, and I'm on live with Jerry Roy.
You are listening to positivepower21.org with Jerry Royce.
What up? It's your boy Kano Kingston.
Hi, this is Angel Sessions.
Hey, this is Pat. Hi, I'm Teresa Powell.
Hi, Jerry. This is Ira Sandra Carter.
Hi, this is Phil Powers.
Hello, this is Teresa Bobby with Jerry Royce Live.
Hi, I'm Philip Barron. I'm live on the Jerry Royce Show.
Hey, what it do? It's your boy Houston Saint.
Peace, this is Dolly, the poet, spoken word artist.
Hello, this is Lamar Marquis with Jerry Royce Live.
All right, everyone. You got Robin Lynn, and I'm keeping it live right now on Jerry Royce Live.
Hey, what's going on, everybody? What's up? This is award-winning podcast with the greatest podcast on earth. Thank you for stopping by. I'm your host, Jerry Royce Live Worldwide on Internet Radio, where you get your positive on. So when it's all positive, it's all power. That's positive power. This is a worldwide podcast for growth, wealth, and success. Thank you.
Think you know how drugs get in those little brown bottles? Think again. Set in the green hills of western New Jersey, inside the gilded halls of power of a U.S. pharmaceutical company where decisions are worth billions of dollars and human lives worth less. Nicholas Harding, a young executive at Marshall Pharmaceutical, finds his career, family, and life in jeopardy. The Farmhouse, a suspense thriller novel by Bill Powers, published by Donna Inc. Publications, available at Amazon.com or DonnaInc.org. Go to Bill's webpage at www.author.BillPowers.com.
Are you looking for the next great read? A book filled with love, passion, betrayal, and intrigue. The award-winning novel, Season of Change, by Tamika Patrice Kane, is sure to satisfy your literary sweet tooth. Check out this must-read book reviewers are calling uplifting and emotional, and exceptionally great read, deeply intense and thought-provoking. Order your copy today, available in paperback and ebook on Amazon.com or at www.tamikapatrice.com.
Are you an author looking for promotional services or a reader looking for a great read at low prices? In this competitive world of books, Writing Royalty Promotions is dedicated to bringing authors and readers together to build a greater respect for literature through our various promotional services and online bookstore. So head over to WritingRoyaltyPromotions.com and check us out.
Thank you, everybody, for joining us, and welcome to PositivePower21.org. I am Jerry Royce Live. All right, and we got a book buzz sponsor tonight. All right, sponsor of our show, and that'll be Darlene Rucker-Williams. So hold tight, everybody, for her presentation.
What do you give to a person who has everything? Hi, I'm Darlene Rucker-Williams, and I am the owner of Stylish and Stellar Gifts by Dar. I get this question all of the time. At Stylish and Stellar Gifts by Dar, we specialize in customizing gifts for people and pets too. Our gifts are original and one of a kind. Not only do we deliver, we ship as well. We work according to your budget and your theme. We have gifts for all things, including baby showers, sports teams, get well, bridal, birthdays, pets, just because, and that's just to name a few. So let Stylish and Stellar Gifts by Dar take the worry out of your gift giving today and also for the holidays. Our website is www.stylishandstellar.com, and our phone number is 443-682-5664.
Thank you, everybody, for tuning in to Jerry Voice Live Worldwide. That's right. Tonight we have the author of The Marquis Story, From the Cradle to the Bowl. That's right, talking about a hero, a young hero in this community and on the football field. All right, the Marquis Hill story, From the Cradle to the Bowl, is the compelling story of the life of New England Patriots lineman Marquis Hill, whose existence was tragically cut short when unforgiving currents of the Pocotrain River in Louisiana claimed him forever during a jet ski accident. This book provides a candid account of a little boy growing up in Louisiana who from a young age was thrust in the midst of a cutthroat environment, a street term referring to unsavory, unethical, criminal, or hard-as-nails demographic, which often plagues the rough neighborhoods within an utterly magnificent city. Perhaps in ways such similar to those found in other urban communities and areas, this earnest account is narrated from the perspective of a grieving mother who walked the journey with her son, giving all of herself as a constant source of guidance and support. Her name is Sherry Hill. She is the proud mother of Marquis Hill. She graduated from an art education degree from Alabama A&M, during which time she belonged to the Alpha Kappa Alpha sorority. She attended Southern University and the New Orleans Academy of Fine Art. She has 10 years of education experience to her credit, in addition to 16 years working with the federal government. One of her proudest achievements is the 5 years she worked as a juvenile facility, during which she used the story of her son's life as an example to help mental troubled youth. Ms. Hill is a member of Toastmasters International. Her experience as a mother as well as a juvenile counselor 3 at the New Orleans Police Department has taught her the value of spending quality time with one's children to guide them on the right path and find themselves. Ladies and gentlemen, Sherry Hill. How you doing tonight, Sherry?
Fine. How are you, Jerry? It's fine.
I'm fine, and welcome to Jerry Voice Live Worldwide. I'm so happy to have you. Tell your
Glad
story.
to be here.
All right. And we're going to start out. The first question, of course, I read a little bit of your bio, but we want to hear a little bit more about you before we get into your book. So we want to get the audience a chance to get to know who Sherry Hill is. Okay? And so the first question is, who is Sherry Hill?
Sherry Hill is a single parent that gave all her heart and soul and mind to the raising of our son in the late 80s, the early 80s, and she strived and worked hard to raise him to be accountable citizen in this great country that we live in. I had a lot of things I dealt with. That's the reason why I wrote the book, because my son and I had discussed and talked about it many years before his death, because of the triumph and tribulations that we encountered. And I happily just started writing it, ironically, 3 days before the accident. I started with the chapters and the title of the book.
So he had started his book early on. So when you was writing this book, what was your first intention? Why were you writing this book in the beginning, before his tragic accident?
For some reason, we was recovering from Katrina. Katrina was in 2005, which I had already encountered a lot of tragedy. I lost my neighbor in Katrina. My brother dropped dead in Katrina. 2 months after Katrina, we was dislocated. We lost everything, 8 waters of water that was in our house. We lost everything. We left with just clothes on our back. So after that, it was 2007, the unthinkable happened with my son. And just for some reason, like that Wednesday, just before the Memorial Weekend, something said, look, why don't you start the book? And I hadn't even had planned to do it in 2007 because we was busy trying to get back to New Orleans and get back home, recovering. And then that Sunday came and the accident happened.
I'm sorry to hear that. Yeah. Now, were you living in Louisiana, during the time of his accident, or you had relocated to another city? I know a lot of people left the state.
I was living in Louisiana. I've been in Louisiana 33 years. We were just coming back. We had just moved back home. We were living in Baton Rouge just temporarily because really, for about a year, people can hardly live in New Orleans after the water. The water, it really turned into a lake almost.
Yeah, 'cause you guys were dealing with mosquitoes and snakes and stuff, and all kinds of stuff was going on. So people had to be careful.
Right. But the levees is what caused a lot of this water flooding, which they're supposed to be fixing those now. The levees.
So they're still working on the levees to this day.
Right. I think they kind of like 70 or 80% done. I'm not sure the numbers, but I know they've been working on it. It's been 10 years this year from Katrina. So
oh wow,
they have done a lot, and they have a lot to go.
So could this happen in
2005?
Right. So what season was it? Was it the beginning of the summer?
It was hurricane season. It was the 29th, 30th of August, 31st of August. I remember it like it was yesterday.
Oh,
the last day in August.
Yeah, so they're going to have some kind of, anniversary. Yeah. I said, we probably going to hear an anniversary is going to be coming up then.
Oh, they celebrate it every year, like the deaths, because, they lost a lot of people. It was one of the worst tragedies,
American
besides
history.
9/11.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and it happened so close together, because all that was on one president's watch. Yeah,
right.
Whoa, one president's watch.
Yes,
whoa.
That's true.
After that, man, who would want that job? That's what I'm thinking. Wow.
And then, we had the oil spill here. So.
Yeah, right, then that happened. Now,
that happened a few years afterwards, though.
Yeah, actually on Martin Luther King's birthday, I was actually watching this movie. I can't think of the name of it right now, but it was starring the young man that was tragically killed in that car crash with that Porsche. I think he was doing some kind of charity, and his friend was driving. They crashed to a tree. Paul Walker, I think his name is. It was a movie about him and his wife was having a baby, and his wife passed, and he had to stay there at the hospital when everybody else evacuated because of the storm, and the baby was actually in an incubator. And then when the power went out, he had a battery, battery charger, but the battery only stayed charged for 3 minutes, and then it got worse as the night went on, and then he was dealing with elements like people trying to steal from him, running out of he had to keep the baby alive for 48 hours, and he couldn't go to sleep because every 2 to 3 minutes he had to charge the battery back up. That was some kind of movie.
Oh, okay. I don't think I've seen that one, but I remember him passing in the accident.
Yeah, it's on Netflix right now. But to get back to you, you still working for the police department?
No, I was working up until Katrina. Matter of fact, I was doing the police and the government at the same time. I was a workaholic.
Yeah.
Yeah, but I found my first job, professional job, I was a teacher for 10 years. So by me working with the government, I kind of missed the classroom, but I had to deal with a lot of things with my son's career. So it was like double ditching, with school and all that. So I kind of just went toward the government, but then I came back to the counseling part, and I just didn't go back in the classroom. But,
so you were a teacher. So you were a teacher while your son was in high school. You were teaching.
I taught when my son was young. I had 10 years of teaching, and I was matter of fact, I was a supervisor in one of the worst projects in New Orleans, Desire. But we had it was a positive light in that area. I was a director of a preschool there. And that was all the way up until my son's adolescence, when he was like in the 7th, 8th grade. And I got on board with the government doing his, like 18, when he was in high school, up until he got through college.
Okay, so he got a government job, so that was it. So did he go to college on a scholarship,
Yeah, my
sports,
son had 100 scholarship offers coming out of high school.
Yeah,
he was one of the top recruits in the country. And I mean, that was that was overwhelming. I mean, people parking outside my doors. I couldn't really sleep. It was a little bit too much. But he had all the school top 10, 12. He even had scholarship offers for basketball.
Yeah, basketball. Yeah, because he's pretty tall too. What is he, like 6'5", 6'6"?
6'7".
6'7". Wow. So he had good speed.
He was close to 6'7". He was not slow. He was good in his feet. He
had good speed.
Bench praise. Yeah. He was a person that never stopped. When students and players take off, he keeps going. That's his work ethic was out the window.
Yeah, a lot of energy.
So
how he choose? Why he choose football over basketball?
Well, I think he liked this hardcore hitting. I mean, basketball. He really didn't. He was in high school where he kind of got caught on to basketball because of his height, but he really didn't care for basketball a lot. But because of his height, he was compared a lot to Shaquille, but he just didn't. I think he liked the hardcore type contact. And see, in basketball, you really didn't have that.
Oh, they get kind of rough in there.
His passion was football. So
yeah, you go with your passion. Yeah, I mean, 6'7", I always just look at, like, I've kind of been thinking about that myself, because my son, he loves football, and he's really fast. He can handle the punishment. His first year playing tackle. But I was like, wow, he probably could be pretty good in basketball. But he said he's been picking it up the last 2-3 years, playing in camp and then playing at school. And I'm just wondering, like my oldest son, I didn't even know he had a passion for basketball until he got to high school. He said, yeah, Dad made the team. I was like, what? I didn't even make the team. Yeah, he made the team, and he was pretty tall. Yeah, I mean, he did not know 6'7". He just 6'4", but,
Well, that's like, pretty tall. If you're over 6 feet, your chances are good.
Yeah, good speed.
Playing on all levels. If you're over 6 feet, that's what I was told just by my son being recruited. Most players, if they under certain, it depends on what position they play, too.
Yeah.
So, but let him follow what he wants, your son. I didn't really want my son to play football. So.
But you was out there with him, though, right?
Yeah, I was out there, but I didn't want him to play when he was younger because he was always taller than his age. I mean, at 1, he was the size of a 3-year-old.
Wow.
So he was 6'5" at 12.
Wow, he was 6'5" at 12.
Yeah, he was 6'5" at 12.
So he playing with
almost
little kids. Yeah, because my son's 12
like
now.
A man walking around with children.
Yeah, he was the size of my son's football coach. His football coach was 6'4", and he was a professional baseball player. Wow. So he's out there. That's crazy. So he was busting up all the plays.
I think I showed on the book in one of the pages. I tell you what grade he was in, but you would think he was in the 12th grade, but he was only in the 5th. So I had to really do a lot of adjustments. Even when I took him to the doctor thought the nurse was putting him in with me as a woman because they said, "Man, you can't let the man in there with the lady." The doctor said, "That's a juvenile doctor. That's no son."
Wow.
So, I just had a lot of misconceptions because of his size.
Yeah, it's something how some kids just grow so fast at an early age, But so he kept growing a little bit more. Because you hear about a lot of kids don't really start growing until later, like they get 16, 17, and they take off.
Right.
Like I saw my neighbor, and, he was like around my height for a long time. And then 2 years later, we ran into him, and he's like, whoa, he's like 6'5", Because I'm only 6'1". So
my son was in 2 T's in 8 months. So I kept a chronological order. And it's just ironic I did all this, but I was just doing it, just how people write diaries. But I just kept it because I noticed he was growing real fast, and I thought, let me really count this stuff, add it up, and I did. And I happened to put it in the book too, but it just seemed like it just came in place,
Yeah. Now you wrote in your bio that the streets was pretty tough in Louisiana, because we up here in Baltimore, Washington, hit New York sometime. You kind of run into some real hardcore gangs and everything. you were protective of them. You had a professional job. You were able to afford to live in a community but sometimes you just can't protect your kid from some of them elements because they at the schools, they're on the playgrounds, right. They're everywhere. So you did the best you could. What was the challenge trying to keep them away from trouble? Tell us about that.
Well, I had to. You do what you're supposed to do at your home. A lot of parents do a lot for their kids. They tell them the right thing. They teach them. But see, when they get out from you don't know what kind of decisions they would make. And you always have to drill into their heads that, you can't be a follower. You always got to be a leader. And because JoJo go that way, that don't mean you go that way. So I had to kind of keep my son on a one-path road when I was raising him. Even when he was in school, I was getting reports from the teacher. They was getting out of line. So what I did, I made him a sheet that he had to take to school every day, just like he had a book bag. And the teacher had to tell me everything what he did in class that day, and she had to sign it. And I stayed on top of it. You have to be consistent with your children. And that's what I did. If you can't give them no slack. You got to stay on it.
That's right.
If you got 5 kids, you got to stay on all 5 of them. If you got 1, you got to do the same. You can't break the cycle. You got to be consistent. And that's the major thing that helped me when raising my son. I didn't give him a break. I put that Sherry Hill fear in. And you can't play with your kids. You can't be their friend. You got to let them know who you are.
That's right.
And they'll respect that when they get older.
That's true. That's true. But, how about if, some children just molded a little different? Because I have 3 kids. And my oldest son, he's 31. He helps us out a great deal. And he was just one of those kids. He was just so humble, so likable. My wife helped me raise him because, I had him in another relationship. And he was just one of those kids, he knew what he had to do. He did his homework because I was working 2 jobs. Like I said, my wife was helping me raise him, but she wasn't like putting a whole bunch of pressure on. He just kept his room clean, kept his own bathroom clean. And he enjoyed life that we afforded him. We had 2 good incomes and nice neighborhood. And he had friends in the neighborhood. And I said, why don't you go play with so-and-so? He said, no, he cusses a lot. And see, his upbringing was in the church. His grandmother kept him in the church when she raised him. I didn't get custody of him until he was in the 6th grade. So sometimes it's just the kids sometimes. Like some kids you do have to be harder on, So what you feel about that?
Well, some kids kind of identify what they want and what they don't want. I mean, you got some kids that will just look like they're born and they just don't give you no problems. And then I've heard parents say, my first 2 children, I didn't have no problem. Then I had this last one and looked like I did a whole 90-degree turn, because it's just the way they come. Some of them catch on, some don't. I mean, like myself, when I was in school, I had one thing in mind, to go to college and finish school. And that was it. But you just have some kids that really make a decision. They see things and they know they don't want to do that, and they know what it costs and what the price they'll have to pay too if they go that route. But see, at the same time, when I was raising my son, I was raising my nephew. So my son was able to see what the wrong path was. Right. And I talked about that in my book. He made a bad decision, and my son was able to see that. But my nephew was given the same instructions, but he chose to go the opposite way. It cost him some time in jail. But some just don't listen. I mean, that's the way it goes.
Wow. That's right. Oh, wow. Well, we talking to Sherry Hill. She's the author of the marquee story, From the Cradle to the Hill. She raised a son that was drafted by the Patriots in the 2nd round of the 2004 NFL Draft. He played in 1 game in 2004 and played in 8 games in 2005, making 3 tackles. All right, so that's what's written in the story. And got a nice picture of him showing him at practice, number 91. He was born in August 7th, 1982 in New Orleans. He attended De La Salle High and was rated by many publications the best defensive lineman in the nation as a high school senior. Was named first team All-American by numerous publications, including ESPN, USA Today, The Sporting News, Rivals.com, Super Prep, and Fox Sports. Selected as the National Lineman of the Year by Tom Lemming of ESPN. Named the Columbus Touchdown Club Player of the Year. Member of the New Orleans Times Top 16 Blue Chip List. Baton Rouge Advocate Super Dozen. And Shreveport Times Top 20 for the state of Louisiana. Rated as one of the top 100 school players by Dallas Morning News as the nation's number 7 prospect by Super Prep. Recorded 92 tackles with 8 sacks and 7 quarterback hurries as a senior. Also forced 5 fumbles, recovered 3 fumbles, and blocked a punt. Named first team 5A All-State. And he majored in general studies at LSU. So he was All-State. Rated to the Patriots, one of the top teams in the world. World-class organization. The Patriots.
And only went to the Super Bowl again.
He went to the Super Bowl. Yeah. So you said Marquise went to the Super Bowl?
First year in the NFL.
First year in NFL. What luck. Wow. So, and this team holds what, like 5? That's right. Because they hold like 5 rings and been there, what, like 8 times or something like that? Or this will be the 8th trip. This is the 8th trip.
I know they have 3 rings, and then they went the year after my son's death. They lost, and now they're going back this year.
Oh, they got 3 rings. Okay, my bad. Your son holds 5 rings.
They already have 3 Super Bowl rings. My son just have 1 because they had 2 when he was drafted. But
right,
he got a ring the first year.
Right, but how about he got like 2? Didn't he get like 2 rings from LSU?
He has 6 rings in all with the Super Bowl.
Championship rings. Wow.
He has the All-American High School. I think he played in one of the first All-American High School games.
Mm-hmm.
He's the West and the East, and they won. He got a ring from that, and then he had 4 rings from LSU.
Yeah.
And he didn't stay all 4 years. He would have had 6 rings from LSU, probably after he had stayed his last year, but he didn't stay his last year. Then he went on and got drafted and got the Super Bowl ring.
So did he ever go back to finish his degree?
No, he didn't have a chance. I didn't have time. Well, like I say, he was at New England, and when the Katrina came, everything was chaotic. We weren't still straight at that time.
Right. Okay. So thanks so much stuff for just going. Okay. All right. When we get back, we're going to talk about the book. What's in it? We know why you wrote it. Right after this commercial break, we're talking to Shari Hill. All right, everybody, hold tight for Book Buzz with Tamika Kane.
Are you looking for the next great read? A book filled with love, passion, betrayal, and intrigue. The award-winning novel, Season of Change, by Tamika Patrice Kane is sure to satisfy your literary sweet tooth. Check out this must-read book reviewers are calling uplifting and emotional. And exceptionally great read, deeply intense and thought-provoking. Order your copy today, available in paperback and ebook on Amazon.com or at www.tamikapatrice.com.
All right. That's an awesome book. You got to check it out, y'all, with Tamika Kane. All right, she's on Facebook. Tamika Patrice Kane. Check out. All right. We're talking to Shari Hill. She's the author of the Marquise Hill story, From the Cradle to the Bowl. Her son was from LSU, collected about 4 rings, got a Super Bowl ring with the New England Patriots, won to greatness until his tragic death, jet ski accident. Let's talk about that a little bit, Shari. I know, he's a grown man. He's on his own. He makes his own decision. He's not under your roof anymore. He's living his life. But if he was in high school, would he ever gotten on that jet ski, knowing where he's trying to go, what he's trying to accomplish? What'd you say about that if he was in high school, still under your roof?
Oh, he would never have gone out there. I didn't want him to get this jet ski. But he had a passion for water. He loved to swim. And I think this is something he really wanted to do, this jet skiing, because He told me one time it relaxes him. And because he always was raised around the water, you know how the kids, they don't think, they just think they can do it. But he was a swimmer.
Yeah.
But the biggest problem what hurt him is that he didn't have a jacket on. And that cost him his life, part of it, you know what I mean? But
he didn't have a jacket on. Life jacket? Life jacket?
Mm-hmm.
Oh. So what would the life jacket do for him since he was such a great swimmer?
Well, you don't never go out in the ocean like that without a life jacket on.
Yeah, because a lot of currents.
What happened is I think he got into a current, whatever you call that. You know, it's not like he was in a private lake or nothing.
Oh, okay, because written here said that he was on the Punker
Lake Pontchartrain.
Right.
Lake Pontchartrain, that's like an ocean.
Oh, really? So it's real rough currents.
It's not an ocean, but it's similar to a lake. You know, you can have currents and turbulence.
Mm-hmm.
You know.
Oh, so they have some vicious currents. Because it's still like the aftermath of the storm, right? Is that what you're saying?
No, it wasn't. It was a pretty day. That's why he was trying to go out there. He really bought the jet ski for the back is what we bought. We bought me a house because we had a lake. It was a lake back there. That's what he really got the jet ski for.
Okay.
But because of all the houses around there, when you use a jet ski, it pushes water up against their basement, and they didn't want it. That was one of the things. But we didn't know that at the time because a lot of the people was not bad. But that's what he bought the jet ski for. But I didn't want him to have a jet ski at all. You know, and I even said it in my book. But you know, it's what it is. It's what it is. But that was really the cause of negligence of him not having a jacket, and you know, just one of those things. I tell you, I mean, that day that I got that call, I can remember the time, second, and the minute, and every day. I mean, it just took. It looked like it when I got the call. It looked like my heart would just caught it from my chest, and I was just walking without a heart. I mean, I didn't even feel like I was living anymore. It was hard.
Yeah.
I'll never forget that day.
Yeah, I know it's hard for you. You know, you work so hard, you know, for this young man, and you know, moms know. You know, it's like we always ignore you guys. I don't know why we do it, but we do. And I always know my mom tell me something. I'm always thinking what I want to do, but I know she's right. You know. Right. You know it.
And I didn't really know my son was going to where he went. That was another thing.
Yeah. And that was just a double jeopardy right there, going to that other location.
Right.
Yeah. So right now, you're out there spreading his story, trying to help other young men, other troubled youth, using your counseling, your advocacy. Do you have a foundation, an organization that represents you as a motivational speaker, inspirational?
Well, I have a foundation. I haven't really, how to have the approval. I have been busy and active since my son's death. I go speak at certain places. I've had a lot of interviews. I am an active member of the Professional Football Players Mothers Association, and I'm the regional coordinator of the South Central region. And we do a lot of community services in our community. So I'm very active. Actually, I have a children's book that I'm working on now, and I have my mother's cookbook. My mother is 78 years old. She has a cookbook, and those are my goals to finish those. I'm actually now working on a script with the producer now, trying to get a movie thing together. And once I do that, I think I have my agenda completed. But I've been keeping myself busy. I'm retired from my job since 12. So I've just been busy doing a lot of things in the community and just, working. Keeping myself busy, that's the main thing.
That's right. So are you dating? Doing any dating out there?
Just, no, not really. just being me.
Yeah.
It's just like me time right now.
Yeah, they couldn't keep up with you right now. Old guy. Yeah, you gotta have a young guy keep up with you. So busy right now. Now let's talk a little bit about, the life of an NFL player. A lot of young people probably listening to this show have aspirations playing in the NBA, NFL. Do you get into that in this book? Because I know you talk about his early life. Do you talk about his upward climb? The trials and tribulations. Like you mentioned earlier that he loved to work out. He had the work ethics to be a superstar. Tell us a little bit about that. Some of the crazy stuff.
Well, one
he
thing
was
my
doing.
son knew and he understood. He knew that if being in this on this level, in this kind of sport, you always have to be on top. You can't give yourself no slack. You can't be iffy. He always said NFL means not for long. That means if you don't do what you have to do, you'll be out. So he believed in that from high school all the way up to college.
Mm-hmm.
And his goals was to get to the NFL. But, I didn't, I know the chances of getting to that level, it's a percentage. Everybody wants it, but everybody can't get there. So, But he just believed he had a place there. It was a place for him with his name on it, and he was just striving to get to there. And he made it.
He sure did.
But he didn't know it was. You had to be dedicated. I mean, even in high school, my son had us, my mother and I, between she and I, where he went to school was in a totally different neighborhood. It was in a well-class, high-class neighborhood. And whoever been to New Orleans, they know where St. Charles Avenue.
Mm-hmm.
It's a high-profile area, and nobody lived up there but people with money.
Mm-hmm.
And I mean, I had to travel and take him day and night. I was thinking the coach was making him come in, and we found out it was him. He was the one doing a lot of the orchestration. So he was good at it, If you want something, you got to work hard, and you can't give yourself no slack. That's what he didn't do.
So what happened? He got recruited to that school? Because it was like a prep school?
It was just a well-rounded educational, nice neighborhood school. It was a Catholic. It was a Catholic school.
So they recruited him from elementary? So what happened? He got recruited from elementary school?
No, he just selected to go there. You want to go to a school with a good program. And, you can't recruit for high school. You can, I don't think that you can do that. I mean, recruit them, you can tell them to come, but I mean, it's not like a college.
They do that around here. In the Maryland area, they have prep schools that give kids scholarships to play for them. Those big money making the ones that cost $20,000 a year. Yeah, and they recruit kids from those little Pop Warner leagues, the little youth football. Yeah, they do that around here. I heard they do that in Dallas too.
Well, that's what they call it, recruiting, because I was told that recruit. You can give them financial assistance.
Yeah, it's kind of they can't.
Every city do different.
Yeah, I think they do have some rules that like coaches from the youth football leagues can't be visiting parents' house trying to convince the parents to bring the kids to their youth football program. They got rules with that, but as far as those schools, I think they can do what they want, because a lot of the coaches that coach these youth football leagues go to work for these programs. Because it was a kid on my son's team got picked up with an all-boys.
Well, coaches will go. Somebody tell them it's a good player in this area, and they'll go and think they can become there. But then I don't know if it's like they can just say, look, you got a scholarship to come to the school, high school. I never got that, that. I mean, the word gets around if you're a good athlete or your potentials are good.
Oh, yeah, it does.
Mm-hmm.
It does get around. I remember because my son, he was playing flag for a couple of years, and I was getting these guys walk up to me, said they was following his career, and he was only 8 because he was like really super fast at the time. But I didn't really think nothing of it. I just said, wow, they just looking at the talent and getting to know some of the names of the players, and follow them. They do follow them, what I hear. All right. So he went to this school. Everything was looking good. Graduated. He said it was 100 applications, or I guess acceptance letters, right?
Yeah, 6 boxes. The computer boxes.
Yeah.
He had 6 of those full of letters. And like I say, he got letters from everywhere. I mean, I know it had to be at least 100. Last time I counted was like 60 or 70. And I'm talking about big schools. I'm not talking about no colleges. We had about 80 of those.
Big school, big program like University of Maryland, College Park.
Big 10, Big 12, big SEC, all that.
Wow. So what?
He had a choice as to where he wanted to go.
He decided
and one
to go
time
to
I
Alabama.
thought he was going to Michigan. He was looking that way, but then LSU changed their coaches. That's Nick Saban came on with LSU a year before he came out.
Yeah, he knew about him. Yeah. Wow.
And my brother played at Alabama.
Oh, really? Okay, so you had a brother that played college football, so he knew about it a lot from your brother.
Well, my brother was the last team that played under Bear Bryant.
Okay. Yeah. So did your son like pick your brother's mind, his brain? Well,
the same people that recruited my brother turned around and tried to recruit him to Alabama, but he had his mind set on LSU. But he lives in Louisiana.
Yeah. Awesome. All right. So where can people find you? To get your book. You got your website out. Let me give everybody the website is FromTheCradleToTheBowl.com.
www.FromTheCradleToTheBowl.com.
That's right. It's right out there.
And if you Google my book, you should be able to pull it up. They have it on Exhiblers. They have it there where you can buy it from there. But the www from the Cradle to the Bowl is my website, and you can get it from there. And it'll come to me. The order will come to me. My website is safe. You can use your credit card, and you mail me a check, and I mail you the book, or you could do a credit card on there. And I'll sign it as well.
Yeah, thank you for my autograph copy. I can't wait to show it to everybody when I do my promotional video. Thank you so much for this. Really appreciate it. We was really excited about having you out here, talking to, because, the NFL is like really something big around our household. We love, the Baltimore Ravens. My son, he actually was invited to their facility, got a tour, got a chance to hold a trophy, took pictures with it, hug it, you name it. And so it's a real big, time for us this time of the year. We really enjoy every bit of it. Yeah, awesome. And awesome organization. And I know, you guys had that same feeling when the Patriots call you guys and it's like family, They treat you like family at these places, And all the hard work paid off, and he got a chance to wear that brand on his back,
And Mr. Kraft and Mrs. Kraft, his wife, she passed away about 3 years ago or 2, I think.
Yeah, I remember that.
That was that's an awesome organization. Mr. Kraft was very, very supportive, and he flew his whole staff down to the funeral. And it was really lovely. They really gave my son a big honor, or as they say, a send-off.
Awesome. Homecoming. Yeah.
Right.
So the Patriots is one of those kind of organizations that you play for, and it's like even if you go to another team, it's like you're well respected, because you play for the Kraft family, the Belichick, the genius, the Tom Brady.
Right.
So I know that was quite even after your son's career for playing with the Patriots. I guess you're always a Patriot. Always.
Right.
And even today, he's still labeled to be a New England Patriot. I'm sure the fans will never forget him as he wore that brand, that logo, the NFL badge. That's a big honor and a many rings.
Number 91 forever and a day.
That's right. Now, are they going to hang his jersey or retire it, or is there any talk of that, or has it happened yet?
No, I don't know if you have to play so many years, or I don't know how that works. But they made a showcase with all his stuff in it. I know they did that after his death.
Okay, at the facility.
I think I have a picture of that at the book.
Yeah, because I know, Derek Thomas was one of my favorite players for Kansas City Chiefs, and I know he had a tragic accident. I think they were going to some snow lounge, and he had a road accident in his vehicle. And I thought
that was one of my son's favorite players, too.
Yeah, that was Derek Thomas. Real sweet guy, too. Yeah, but he played a pretty, many years for the Chiefs. So he could have probably had his jersey retired, his number.
I think you have to go through so many years or something like that for them to retire a number. Because if you think about it, if everybody want to retire now, they won't have any numbers left for them to use. So I think it's, I don't know if it's so many years or it's a certain status. I don't know how that works.
Yeah, it's something special about it because I know nobody's going to wear number 52 jersey in Baltimore for sure. And I don't even think nobody even put on number 20 right now. So those are two guys that are like, legendary in Baltimore, the 52 and 20. So nobody's worn those jerseys.
Well, you believe it or not, my son actually saw, what is his name, Testaverde and Doug Flutie play as a child. When he was a child, I remember him looking at them playing, and he turned around and actually played with them. On the team. Now, how close can you dream now?
I know. That is incredible. That is incredible.
He actually played side by side with them, with the Patriots.
Wow.
And when I did an interview with the Boston Globe, it was the Boston Herald, one of them. No, it was the ESPN Boston. Mac Reese, and I told him, and he put it in the article. So it's in the article, but, that was amazing. You see a person on TV as a child, and you turn around and play with them, as a teammate. That's really awesome.
but they did mention on your website that throughout that near perfect 2000 season, they said the Patriots wore number 91 insignia on their jersey, on the back of their helmets, right? In the back of their helmets.
Right.
Yeah.
And I think they won 19 games in a straight, and that turned it to be 91 opposite. They had that in the article as well. But see, my son had talked about it. He said, Mom, we got this player, and he's really good, and I really think we're going to go to the Super Bowl this year. And they went there next year after he left. After his accident. But they just didn't win.
Right, yeah. That was the year they lost to the Giants.
Yes.
Yeah. Yep.
Right.
All right.
And my son played around the corner from Eli Manning. When he was in high school. Their schools wasn't that far apart.
Oh, that's right. I forgot, because the Mannings are from that area. That's right. Then also you mentioned that Marquise is the cousin of former NFL linebacker Cornelius Bennett. He was one of my favorite players also, 5-time Pro Bowler. I played for the Buffalo Bills, Atlanta Falcons, and the Colts. Good player. Right. That was my dad's favorite player, too. I remember my dad, when Cornelius Bennett came and he said, this guy's going to be nice. He's going to be awesome defensive player. My father was following him through college, so he knew who he was. Because my brother was really big in college football, so they knew who these guys were before I did, before they got on the team. They knew he was going to be terrorists. Wow. So how's he doing right now, Cornelius? How's he doing? You hear from him?
No. See, that's my mom's maiden name is Bennett.
Okay.
His father
he's the first cousin?
His cousin to his father, but people, certain people you don't know or you don't get in contact with them too much.
Yeah.
But that's my mom's maiden name is Bennett.
All right, cool. Cool.
My mother, his father and my mom was real close, but
yeah.
I don't know if he was with his father when he was raised. I don't know how that went. You know how that goes.
Mm-hmm.
I don't have nothing to say about that.
That's right. All right, we're talking to Sherry Hill. She's the author of Marquise Hill's story, From the Cradle to the Grave. We're going to take a quick break. When we come back, we're going to get her final thoughts, where you can get her book. She's going to remind you where you can get her book. And before we take this break, Sherry, are you planning any tours, book tours, where people can meet you? I know a lot of book festivals are coming up this spring, this summer. We're going to be able to find you up east, northwest,
I would try to. I will try to get on board. It depends on how this movie script thing goes, I mean, we're working heavy into this. I mean, it depends on where I be with my schedule. I'm trying to get this done, and the producer, she's working on it as well. So, and then I have to we have our conference and retreat thing with the NFL Mom. So I have to work between those schedules, and then, like I say, doing that, my mother, if I take care of her, I'm her caretaker. So it's a lot of things I kind of got my hands tied in too. But I'm planning to try to do some. I may not be able to make all. I was invited to the one in Europe, the big books, whatever they call it, the fair in Europe, but I didn't have a chance to get there.
Okay. All right. All right, let's take this quick break, and we'll be right back. Get your closing thoughts. All right?
All right.
Hold tight, everybody. Episode of Book Buzz with Helen McMillan.
What's stopping you from making more, having more, and being more? Hi, I'm Helen McMillan. I'm a success coach. I can help you shift into your $1 million zone of joyful success. Be your most magnetic, confident, and powerful self. The first step is to get my free ebook, 7 Simple Ways to Shift into Your $1 Million Zone. Go to www.yourmilliondollarzone.com and download it now.
All right, we're talking to Sherry Hill, the author, the mother of Marquise Hill, story from the cradle to the bowl, and also mentioned in her book that Marquise also was a hero. He was able to save his friend, Ashley Blasio. Is that how you pronounce her name?
Right.
Yeah, because they both fell off of this jet ski, and neither one of them was wearing a personal flotation or tracking device. And according to her story, that he kept her calm until rescue team, the Coast Guard, was able to reach the area. So he was a hero. Okay, he was a hero. All right. Your final thoughts, Ms. Hill?
My final thoughts is that I hope all your listeners can either read the book. It's a life-changing story. There's a lot of happiness in it. There's a lot of sadness. And it tells the truth. And it lets you know don't take life and living for granted. Always love your loved ones because you never know when the last time you will see them. Show love and tell them you love them every day. And that's what keeps me going. My son knew I loved him, and I told him every day that I had an opportunity to tell him. And that's most important. And always know that your health is your wealth.
That's right.
That's most important. People think money is the most important thing, but your health is your wealth. You can have all the money in the world, and if you don't have your health, you still broke.
That's right.
But it's good to make sure you do your part as a parent. My son didn't have the opportunity to enjoy a father because his father walked out, but he was loved and he knew he was loved. And he was able to see both sides. He was able to see the children that had parents, and he was able to see those that had plenty of money and they still didn't have the love. So he was able to observe both sides. So it's important that parents do their part and always understand that you have to watch what you do because your children are always watching you. And they will see what you're doing. And that it pays off in the end. And that's basically all I have to say.
Oh, it was beautiful. Well written. Great advice. Great advice. Awesome. Well, Miss Sherry, we thank you so much for coming on Jerry Royce Live, and this of course, your story, the story you just told is going to be out there for a long time on the internet for people to listen to, to understand what you went through as a parent, your sacrifices, your triumphs, and now an opportunity to try to get your son's story to the silver screen or the TV, wherever it's going to go. I'm sure it's going to help somebody who's listening and watching, because he is a hero. He is a hero.
Well, thank you so much, Jerry, for having me, and I enjoy being on the show. and I'm gonna make sure I keep listening to your show.
Yeah, I appreciate that.
And I'll tell all my friends and family about your show.
I appreciate it.
And
we can use all the fans we can get. Yeah, I appreciate it. And you stay strong. And I'm going to read this book because I told Brandon, I said, man, I'm going to read. And I don't get a chance to read everybody's book totally because I'll get through half of the book because I'm not a fast reader. But I'll be able to take this to the office because I'm also a federal worker. And, we get those nice lunch breaks. So I'm going to sit back and open up this book. I always listen to some of these young ladies that's been playing their music on my show. I just love their music, these indie authors. Music performers. I just love their music. And indie authors is just as nice. So I'm going to enjoy this book. And, I have a son who's trying to get to the NFL. That's his aspiration. So I'm going to read this book and learn from it. Just like this is like my lesson plan. All right.
All right. Appreciate that. And you have a good night, and I really enjoyed being on your show.
Yeah, you're welcome. And I told people all the time, every night, almost 8 shows a week, 4 nights a week. I tell them, you want to hear the good stuff. I mean, the really good stuff. Especially now, I just had a mother who had a son who made it through the rough neighborhoods of Louisiana, and a Marquise student named Marquise. They get a chance to hear that right here on Jerry Royce Live, right here. All right. Thank you so much, y'all. This is Jerry Royce Live worldwide. Take care, everybody. Stay awesome all week long. God bless. Thank you for tuning in to Jerry Royce Live on PositivePower21.org and Spreaker.com/PositivePower21. This is a Royce Enterprises production. And don't forget about replay on Facebook.com/Jerry Royce Live. All right, thank you, everybody, and please support this publication. The Marquise Hill Story, From the Cradle to the Grave by Sherry Hill. You can reach her at FromTheCradleToTheBowl.com. Good night. Stay awesome.
Hi, this is Angel Sessions, and when I'm in town, I listen to Jerry Royce Live, PositivePower21.org, where they play my favorite music.
Hey, this is Lester-McClean, and you're listening to Jerry Royce Live. I'm a saxophonist, a singer, a songwriter, and I'm ready to rock.
You are listening to PositivePower21.org with Jerry Royce.
What up? It's your boy Kano Kingston.
Hi, this is Angel Sessions.
Hey, this is Pat.
Hi, I'm Teresa Powell.
Hi, Jerry. This is Ira Samuel Carter.
Hi, this is Bill Powers.
Hello, this is Teresa Bobby with Jerry Royce Live.
Hi, I'm Philip Barron. I'm live on the Jerry Royce Show.
Hey, what it do? It's your boy Houston Saint.
Peace, this is Dahlia, the poet, spoken word artist.
Hello, this is Lamar Marquise with Jerry Royce Live.
All right, everyone. You got Robin Lynn, and I'm keeping it live right now on Jerry Royce Live.
Hey, what's going on, everybody? What's up? This is a award-winning podcast with the greatest podcast on earth. Thank you for stopping by. I'm your host, Jerry Royce Live worldwide on internet radio, where you get your positive on. So when it's all positive, it's all power. That's positive power. This is a worldwide podcast for growth, wealth, and success. Thank you.
Think you know how drugs get in those little brown bottles? Think again. Set in the green hills of western New Jersey, inside the gilded halls of power of a U.S. pharmaceutical company where decisions are worth billions of dollars and human lives worth less. Nicholas Hardy, a young executive at Marshall Pharmaceutical, finds his career, family, and life in jeopardy. The Farmhouse, a suspense thriller novel by Bill Powers, published by Donna Inc. Publications, available at Amazon.com or DonnaInc.org. Go to Bill's webpage at www.authorBillPowers.com.
Are you looking for the next great read? A book filled with love, passion, betrayal, and intrigue. The award-winning novel, Season of Change, by Tamika Patrice Kane is sure to satisfy your literary sweet tooth. Check out this must-read book reviewers are calling uplifting and emotional, and exceptionally great read, deeply intense and thought-provoking. Order your copy today, available in paperback and ebook on Amazon.com or at www.tamikapatrice.com.
Are you an author looking for promotional services or a reader looking for a great read at low prices? In this competitive world of books, Writing Royalty Promotions is dedicated to bringing authors and readers together to build a greater respect for literature through our various promotional services and online bookstore. So head over to writingroyaltypromotions.com and check us out.
Thank you, everybody, for joining us, and welcome to PositivePower21.org. I am Jerry Royce Live, and today's book sponsor is going to be Darlene Rucker-Williams. So hold tight. We're going to play her presentation in a minute. 60 seconds.
What do you give to a person who has everything? Hi, I'm Darlene Rucker-Williams, and I am the owner of Stylish and Stellar Gifts by Dar. I get this question all of the time. At Stylish and Stellar Gifts by Dar, we specialize in customizing gifts for people and pets too. Our gifts are original and one of a kind. Not only do we deliver, we ship as well. We work according to your budget and your theme. We have gifts for all things, including baby showers, sports teams, get well, bridal, birthdays, pets, just because, and that's just to name a few. So let Stylish and Stellar Gifts by Dar take the worry out of your gift giving today and also for the holidays. Our website is www.stylishandstellar.com, and our phone number is 443-682-5664.
You are now listening to an OBS production. That is Lester-Mclean. That's right. Tonight on the show, we got Lester-Mclean at www.lester-mclean.com. His debut album. He had produced a Christmas LP this past December 2014. And we will have him come out and talk about that. But let's bring him out. Welcome to the show, Lester. How you feeling tonight?
Yeah, I'm very well. Thank you, sir. How are you?
I'm good, man. I am good, man. Glad to have you on the show, man.
And I apologize, I didn't get all your songs downloaded. The files was a little different from what we needed for this program, but we will make sure that everybody get a chance to hear all 3 of those tracks that were sent to us in the beginning of the show. So they have a little mini concert of lester-mclean. That's right. That's a good sound, man.
Thank you very
much.
Man.
Appreciate Love that sound. Now I just want to know how did God give you the ability to play the saxophone and sing at the same time? That's not fair.
Well, in fairness, Jerry, I don't actually do both at the same time. It's one or the other. You see. That's a joke.
I know, man. That's still not fair.
Listen, first and foremost, I appreciate that God has been a big part of my life for a very long time, and from the very beginning, I've been very fortunate. Whether it's just because my parents immigrated from Guyana, they decided to come to Canada, they decided to come to Toronto, and I'm here, and I get access to the music programs, and anything I wanted to do, I could do. So the saxophone interested me, and I started playing saxophone, and I took to it, and I enjoyed it. And then with singing, much later, the same thing. So, yes.
Yeah, that is awesome. So we're going to give them your bio real quick. I just had to get that in real quick. But we just want to let people know that you started playing the saxophone at grade 7. You wanted to play another instrument. I think that's the alto. But you ended up playing another instrument. You were a little disappointed because you thought the alto was cooler.
That's true.
But nonetheless, this you got a chance to play an instrument and helped you connect with jazz. Then you said it was a blessing in disguise because you ended up playing lead tenor for a few high school bands and went on to study jazz for 3 years at York University. All right, man, congratulations there.
Thank you.
Then I guess you developed your craft. You end up meeting someone named Andrew Craig on keyboards, The Color of Soul, a couple other gentlemen you got a chance to meet and play with. Then you started singing. In grade 12, you started singing with some friends in high school. Music program, and then you ended up doing some school dances, private functions, and then you ended up joining up with a group called the Awful Dodger Jam Band, Taste and Stretch, every Wednesday for 5 years. Well, that's a long time, man. They commit 5 years every Wednesday. Whoa, that's deep, man. Then you spent, 7 years doing jamming, and a big influence on your musical evolution. You ended up playing, I think you joined another band in 97 as a saxophonist. Which you left in 02 and became a lead singer. You hooked up with another band that eventually became, the Groove Yard?
That's Groove Yard,
Is that what the name of the Groove Yard?
Yes,
okay, and hopefully he's still around. All right, man, so what we're going to do, man, we're going to get the rest of it out of you. So the first question is, who is Lester-McClean?
Okay. Well, I'm really sorry. The thing is, the first thing I got to say, and I apologize for this, Jerry, but it's actually McLean, McLean. So it's McLean. That's how I say it. So if you ask me who Lester-McClean is, I don't know. But thank you for asking that question. It's funny. It's a tough question to answer actually because of a lot of different things. I think just as a person, I want to be. I'm somebody that's consistent, somebody who is just honest and straightforward and down to earth, and soulful. And when I say soulful, not just musically, I mean I have a mind and mind and body and spirit and heart. I put a lot of that into every day, and I put a lot of that into my music. So kind, honest, trustworthy. These are all things. Sorry, Jerry, is this a dating site or?
No, this site, this Jerry Royce Live was actually okay, you know what it is. All right.
I know. I'm just kidding. I'm just listing all these characteristics myself. So, ladies,
but that's good, man. They will contact you though. If they like you, they will buy your album. That's the good thing about them.
That's good. That's good. The funny thing I wanted to say as well, and I know that you asked that general question, but I listened to what you said about that bio. And I would say to you that for the most part, in all of these bands that I've played in, I am in touch with at least one person or all of the people that I played with.
Wow.
So you mentioned the Artful Dodger Jam Band, for example, and one of the principal players in that band was a guy by the name of Michael Vassos, a very talented guitarist and singer. He spent some time in Las Vegas playing, but he's back in Canada now and doing a lot of shows the classic albums live, Van Halen 1 and Beatles and stuff like that. But in any case, he's been back in Canada now for less than a year, and already we've done several shows together. So there's that. You mentioned The Color of Soul. Yes, Andrew Craig was one of the principal members of that band as well. But the gentleman that I worked with to produce my Christmas CD, which, by the way, is called Lester-Mclean, A Mostly A Cappella Christmas, his name is J.K., and he was the bass player in The Color of Soul. And I don't know, I'm sure that Kelly Lee, who, by the way, is the person that got us in touch, Kelly Lee of Artists United, I'm sure she's told you about my brother Mark McLean. And Mark was the drummer in The Color of Soul, and we, obviously, as brothers, we were very close, but we've been able to share a lot musically as well. So really, between family, between good friends, and it's just music, for me, it's been an opportunity to get to know people, and express myself, and just share the gifts of God, which is really important to me.
That's right, man. And you started at such an early age, man. Grade 7. I think I was telling a couple other artists that my children actually got involved with music pretty early too. Because I used to. I mean, I'm gonna tell you something that just was embedded in my mind was seeing Alicia Keys up there talking about save the music. So I'm like feeling guilty. I like want my son to play football and my daughter to do this and that. And I said, okay, let's get some instruments in their hands. So I had a friend of mine come around and actually teach them both how to play the drums. My daughter took guitar lesson, and she sings. And she ended up joining a magnet program, singing and touring and participating in concerts, ended up dancing and everything. So I didn't feel so bad after that. And then seeing that you started at grade 7, man. So what made you, pick up an instrument? I mean, was it forced on you by your parents or a teacher, or you had no choice?
You know what? The great thing about school here, at least in Toronto, Ontario, is that it's part of the curriculum. So when I went to junior high in grade 7, you could take either band or strings. And I should point out that by this time I actually started playing guitar when I was 10, and I still play guitar. But really, formally, I mean, the saxophone was the first instrument I would say that I played in public for people, in front of people, right? So, but I mean, so to be able to get into junior high, and you have the mandatory. I mean, imagine that you have the opportunity to do this. And I've always seen the saxophone, and I always loved it just because it looked cool, and I liked the sound. And you mentioned in your intro that I was disappointed I didn't get to play alto. And that's very true. I wanted to play alto, which was a smaller instrument, but they saddled me with the tenor. And in fact, I ended up loving to play the tenor. And even though I would say only really in the last couple of years, because I play soprano sax as well and alto. And for the funk band and for my trio, it's because I sing and play, it's best to have a smaller, less cumbersome instrument. So in fact, I play majority of the saxophone I play right now is alto, which is really funny. So it happened, but I just had to be patient. But in the meantime, as you said, the jazz instrument is the tenor sax. So
that's right. Saxophone is a cool instrument. I remember sitting out there in the pews at church, and I remember this young guy. He was on his college break, and he had just joined a band, and he had his little suitcase. Popped that boy open and had this beautiful, brass instrument, all shiny. Then he pucks his lips, licks his lips, and oh man, he tore it up, man. Man, that is the coolest instrument, man. So you missed the cool now, right?
Well, you know what? Let's put it this way. I remember it's funny you guys broadcast in the area you broadcast in, because I was on a school trip and we went down to Washington D.C. And I can't remember what the name of the school was there, but I was about 17, and by this time I'd been playing in the stage band for a couple of years in high school. But we went to another school in the D.C. area, and we set up, and the stage band played, and I had this big sax solo. So you stand up, and as the band stops, and I play this sax break, and I played this thing, and the whole place went nuts, freaking out about me playing. And I like to say, I'd love to find out what that date was, because that's the day that I became hooked. Not only playing the saxophone, but being an entertainer. So it actually happened in the States.
Yeah, you're right, because you was on tour.
Well, yeah, I mean, just a little thing, this little high school exchange thing. But it was very fun.
That's all it takes. But sometimes that's all it takes, man. And it's funny you talk about Canada, man, I actually had an opportunity to travel over there in my early 20s with my then girlfriend, my baby mama.
Okay.
And we went over to Quebec City, and I thought that was the coolest, cleanest city I've ever seen in my life. But
Quebec
it was cold.
City is a beautiful, beautiful city. There's a lot of rich Canadian heritage there. I mean, Quebec is a beautiful province in general, and we still have our problems up here with French and English in terms of not necessarily hostility, but certainly, there was a compromise made a long time ago, and sometimes it's difficult, and sometimes it's tough to manage that. But me personally, I love it. My favorite, I'm a big hockey fan, so my favorite team is the Montreal Canadiens, and I'm in Quebec all the time, at least once a year to watch that team and enjoy the culture there. So it's beautiful.
And one
glad you enjoyed it.
Yeah, and one of the biggest things I remember, man, was the hotels connected to an underground mall, because it was so cold above ground. There's still something pretty popular there, walking through the malls underground.
There's all sorts of pathways in Toronto for sure. I can't speak for Montreal, or Quebec City because I don't spend that much time there. But I can tell you in Toronto, there's a couple different pathways and things like connected to the subway system and stuff. So it's cool.
Yeah, it was pretty cool. Yeah. All right. We're talking to lester-mclean. You said McLean? McLean, right? McLean. All right, we're gonna take a quick break, and we'll be right back. We're gonna listen to one of his pieces again, and hold tight, everybody, for another episode of Book Buzz.
Are you looking for the next great read? A book filled with love, passion, betrayal, and intrigue. The award-winning novel, Season of Change, by Tamika Patrice Kane is sure to satisfy your literary sweet tooth. Check out this must-read book reviewers are calling uplifting and emotional, and exceptionally great read, deeply intense and thought-provoking. Order your copy today, available in paperback and ebook on Amazon.com or at www.tamikapatrice.com.
Are you an author looking for promotional services or a reader looking for a great read at low prices? In this competitive world of books, Writing Royalty Promotions is dedicated to bringing authors and readers together to build a greater respect for literature through our various promotional services and online bookstore. So head over to WritingRoyaltyPromotions.com and check us out.
Hi. This is your girl, Cotton, the softest voice in poetry. And when I'm online, I listen to Jerry Royce live worldwide on positivepower21.org. You should be listening to Jerry Royce live.
That's right. And right now we're listening to Lester-McClean. That's right, the saxophonist, the singer, the man from Canada, doing it all, doing it up, and set it all on fire in D.C. and made his debut and tour right here in the States. All right, man. Oh, man, that is awesome, brother. We appreciate it, man. Now, we're going to get a little bit into what made you decide to do this Christmas LP. I wish we had some of the music, man. Well, we'll make that happen, though, with Kelly, you and Kelly, to make sure people get a chance to hear that. But tell us a little bit about, the development of that in Christmas.
I'd love to. Thank you. Thank you for asking me. This started way back in 2013. I had been one of these people that wrote Christmas cards to friends and whatnot. And it just struck me that being a musician, I could probably do a little better than that. And I decided to write something, so I recorded something at my home and sent it out. And it was a little song that I had written called "Don't Make Me Go to the Mall." And that song was very popular among my friends and the people I distributed it to. So I decided that I was going to do it every year. And fast forwarding to about 2008, I had about 6 or 7 songs. So at that point, I decided that if it would be nice to put them together in some kind of a compilation, because the tradition is write a new song every year and send it out. So by time December 2013 came along, I felt I was ready, and I had worked with J.K., who I mentioned earlier in the show. I worked with him on 2 songs for Christmas, and I thought he would be the great choice to continue to not only polish up some of the older recordings, but do some new material. So I spoke to him in March of 2014, and he was very excited. And basically, we worked from March until October of 2014 to put the record together, and there it is. So it's mostly original material. And the thing that I'm most proud of, Jerry, is I've always wanted to do an a cappella record. One of my favorite singers of all time is an a cappella artist, and I'm sure you've heard of Bobby McFerrin. And Bobby, don't worry, be happy is probably the most famous of his songs, but there is so much more going on with Bobby McFerrin. So when I got the opportunity to do this, I really wanted to dig in, and I love singing. So even though I recorded vocal records in 2005, 2010, 2011, this one really, I think, is sort of a coming out party only all the way in 2014. So.
Awesome. Yeah. Now, is that available, through iTunes or Amazon?
That is available through iTunes and through Amazon.com. And once again, it's called Lester-Mclean, A Mostly A Cappella Christmas. And if I could plug my other record... Oh, sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, go ahead. Yeah.
Is that one of those... The other record that I did, and that came out in 2011, but still very, very available, is called Lester-Mclean 4321. And that is available on Amazon.com as well.
Now you said that's called Lester-Mclean?
Lester-Mclean 4321.
21. Okay, I typed it right. All right. Good for you, man. I was going to say, is that LP for Christmas, is that one of those pieces where now, do they have to download the whole LP, or they can, like...
No, they can download separate tracks, no problem. I mean, personally, I feel the whole record is extremely downloadable. But listen, go through and pick what you like. I mean, that's the best thing for the consumer right now is they can say, yeah, they don't have to get the whole record. They can go in and say, oh, man, track 6 is great. Oh, track 8's my jam, So that's the kind of thing that you can do.
That's right. Now, I was going to ask you about that, your opinion on that. Now, I think a big known act, real popular female performer, I think her last LP, she decided not to do it that way. You had to buy the whole thing. You get to download the whole album. How you feel about that? You get to a point in your life where you just say, hey, I'm not selling the singles. You got to buy the whole thing. How you feel about that?
You know what? I don't listen. Obviously, as an artist, for this last record, I really felt like it was important to present a collection of work, not only because, of the production values that we were trying to incorporate it, but it really was an evolution, because basically, as I said, we're talking about songs written between 2003 and 2014. That's pretty cool, in my mind anyway. So I can't see myself not presenting that, even though I understand why people might want to say this is a complete work and this is what we want you to buy, but I think it's too late for that. I think, clearly what's happened with the industry is that, people have the opportunity to pick and pay. It's going to happen in television, and it's been happening with music for a long time. What I will say, though, is I think that what has to happen, especially in Canada, because Canada has a huge problem with music piracy and downloading illegally, but what I would say is that the general population has to be made to understand that if you love an artist, support them. I mean, it's not enough to say you love them and go to your friend's house and get them to burn a CD so you can rip off the songs. Pay the 99 cents or the $1.29 and support your artist not only with your support as a fan, but as a consumer. That's really important.
That's right. Yeah, absolutely. Now, do you think now the iTunes or Apple and some of the other guys like Amazon really got the word out about the piracy, and people really respect it now that they have these digital devices that they spend so much money on? They don't really have a problem downloading collectible songs, such as yours, and respect the industry. So you think the wishes have been granted?
I'm not sure about that. I'm going to reserve comment because I really don't know what Apple and Amazon have done. I would say, though, that it is in their best interest to get it out there that, hey, listen, this is, if you want music and you want to support artists, this is where you come. Because if you do it this way, then we will make sure that your artist gets taken care of. Your favorite band, whether it's arika-kane or myself, they'll get looked after. That's how they make their living. And I think that really it can't be just the artists doing that. It has to be other consumers as well. And quite frankly, I think the larger artists, whether it's U2 or Beyonce or any of these people, they sort of have to do that as well to help the little people, because they weren't famous artists all at once all the time, So I think that's very important.
Let me tell you one of the things that used to drive me up the wall. You used to spend, really good money on these CDs, and of course, you had to have a CD for your car, you had to have one for your home. It was like you had to have a carry case to, to carry your collectibles around. That thing could get pretty big. But the biggest thing that drove me crazy besides that was you look at these music videos and you see these guys like Cash Money, those guys spending money, your hard-earned money on Lamborghini. They couldn't have one Lamborghini. They have like every color, or all of them in red, and they wrecking them, and then they showing this lavish lifestyle, and some of us, we just struggling in our little townhouses, driving our little car that we're not even sure was going to start in the morning. And I think that was like the thing that was frustrating consumers, man. At least for me, I used to enjoy the videos in the beginning when they had, when BET was BET, but then it got to a point where it was like it was glamorizing the industry so bad. It's like these guys is like just like they throwing it in our face, man. So they're going to pirate. They're going to pirate now.
Well, that's a very good point that you make. I had not considered that there was just a backlash on the part of fans and consumers saying, listen, if you have money to throw around and cars to throw around, and the cars to show off in your videos, you obviously don't need us to support your music. That's a very good point.
Yeah.
I never thought of it that way.
Yeah, hey, I am trying to buy duplicate copies. Yeah, you're thinking about you got the. I said, I really loved, these artists, the Cash Money guys, and I said, okay, now I got to go buy another CD for my home because I get tired of carrying the case around. And then that's when guys started saying, wait a minute, I'm just going to burn it on my CD, on my computer, and have a couple extra copies and I give them to my friends. So actually, the computer industry kind of made it easy for it to happen. So
absolutely.
Asking for it.
And you know what? I think unfortunately as well, at the time when you think about that whole Napster thing back in the late '90s, I think unfortunately the music industry was extremely arrogant when it came to music online and didn't respond. They should have dropped the price of CDs and made it more affordable for people and made people go to a HMV or whatever store and get the CD, but they didn't do that. That's right.
So they did not do it. All right.
Yeah.
I know that's what, and that was funny. I just had that conversation today with a good friend of mine when we was talking about a lot of the performers and musicians coming on board as independents now. They like it like that. Then are you signed to a label?
I am not.
Okay, so you operating it as an indie. So whenever you
release something, and you know what? I think that there's a certain freedom with it. I mean, I'm not sure. I'm really not sure. Outside of the promotional vehicle, which is obviously huge, I'm really not sure what record companies can provide with our artists with. I'm really not sure because it's just so tough right now, And again, part of the issue is records aren't selling. But the other thing that I think when it comes to being an independent artist is I'd much rather, do what I've been doing, write the songs I want to write, have the art that I want to have, and just do my thing. When I play my record or I look at it, I know top to bottom I've made every decision, and I'm comfortable with that. Unfortunately with record companies, and there's tons of stories, of great records that were, unfortunately not released because the record company didn't like something or wanted to change something, and the artist dug their feet in it and said, no, this is what we want to present. So I don't have that issue, which is really good.
That's right. Now, Lester, how are you using social media, video, audio to market yourself?
You know what? I have to say, the reason that Kelly Lee and I have been working together is she's been handling that for me. And really, between Twitter and Facebook and now Instagram, just to get the word out and say, hey, listen, I'm here as an artist. Here's what I'm doing. Here's where I'm performing. It's very important, and I would say that. And I'm not that big on social media, but it's important as an artist. I don't think you could be anybody of any consequence as an artist this day and age and not have some kind of presence on social media. And you know what? It's a great opportunity, and I love. And again, I'm YouTube as well. I love YouTube. I think it's a great thing, and I have lots of videos there as well. You know.
All right, we gotta check you out, man. Because my wife and I, we love sitting back in the den, man, and just go YouTube crazy, man.
Do it.
YouTube crazy. But see, the bad thing was we didn't know about guys like Lester. You know, Lester and Arika and Angel Sessions. We don't have a clue about you guys because nobody's marketing you to our. Well, I know you guys now. But before I became Jerry Royce Live, you know, my wife and I didn't know who you guys were. We were just looking for Rihanna and Beyonce, and we starting to get tired of looking at this stuff. We started looking at Janet Jackson and Mary J. Blige, and we tired of them. We want to see some new faces, some new sound. And here you are, right?
Well, that's and that's a function of what's happened to the industry. The industry, you know, somewhere between boy bands and girl bands in the mid to late 90s, I think they sort of forgot about going out there and finding new artists. Now, don't get me wrong, there's lots of new artists still that are out there. I mean, I think John Legend in particular, I really like what he's doing and how he's doing it. But he is not typical. Unfortunately, what is typical is Beyonce and Rihanna and, you know, some of the hip-hop artists, none of which come to my mind right now. But I think, again, you know, unfortunately, the music has become very homogenous, and it's basically all about one specific style of song. I mean, hip-hop's the number one music in the world, and that's great, and I'm really happy. But at the same time, there is, if you think about mainstream hip-hop, and I'm maybe going out on a limb here, but there's not a lot that separates themselves. I mean, it sounds almost like the same artist could be responsible for all these different sounds, you know?
You're right.
And that's a little frustrating. That's a little frustrating.
It is. You're right, because I tell you, man, we miss Maxwell, Sade, and DeAndre, and all those people,
and Anita
man.
Baker, and
Arika.
You know?
Yeah.
Right?
It's like, where are they? You know, now I heard people went crazy at the Lionel Richie and the Stevie Wonder concert. They just couldn't get enough. They were like, please don't stop. And, of course, Stevie not going to stop. He going to give you about 40 songs.
Stevie, I wasn't here. I was in Vancouver performing, actually, but Stevie came to Toronto in late November of 2014 and played for 3 hours.
Yeah.
The only reason he stopped is because they had some kind of a union issue in the venue, and if he went over, they had to go over to. But Stevie would have played another hour, I'm sure of it.
He came here, man, and did the same thing.
Absolutely, and it's, you know, it's so, again, we're talking, and that's the old school mentality. Let's go out there and play. Let's perform, and let's just put it all out there, and I love that. You know, one of my favorite artists of all time, and probably the reason I started to even think about singing was Michael Jackson. And I miss Jerry. June 25th, 2009 is a day I'll never forget because I've missed him ever since then. You know, and of course
I'm gonna tell you, Lester, what made me so angry, man, about the whole thing, man, that, you know, being a fan, I always in my lifetime, I didn't get a chance to see him perform live, but my sister saw him in D.C. at RFK Stadium, and she said it was just so giant, and I think his brothers was there. Brothers were there
the
with
Victory
him.
Tour, maybe? 1984.
Yeah, right. It was the Victory Tour.
Yeah.
Yep, she saw him because she was going to Howard University then. Now, I had an opportunity this past Labor Day weekend at the Tom Joyner family reunion. My wife and I got to see the Jacksons perform. And, you know, those guys are not young guys, but they was jamming it up. We just did not want it to end. I was like, why didn't they do this when they were in their 40s?
Yeah. Well, listen, a lot of things went on in the Jackson family, unfortunately, and they did it bad. I mean, listen, I think it's for that family. I think it's the price of their fame and their stature in America and around the world, quite frankly. However, you know what? I think as well, Michael was just so huge. I mean, I think everything ran through him. You know, quite frankly, now that he's gone, I think there's more of an opportunity for his brothers to get out and honor him, you know. And I think it's more, this is going to sound terrible, but I think it's a more saleable show without Michael. Because
that's what my wife said. She said the same thing.
Your wife is right. You tell your wife she's right. You know.
Well, we had a good time though, man. It's a shame, that it had to go down like that. And like you said, Mike was so big. It's like if Mike was living, it's like who will go see those guys if you can't have Mike?
Well, yeah, but it's a funny thing too. I felt this at the time when he passed, and it's weird. I mean, Jerry, could you see Michael Jackson at 75 years old?
Man, I wouldn't want to see him up there like that, man.
No, exactly. And I think, don't get me wrong, I'm certainly not glad by any stretch of the imagination, but I'll tell you this because I have told many people this. When This Is It, the CD and the DVD came out, on the CD there is an acoustic demo version of Michael singing She's Out of My Life with just him and guitar. Jerry, this thing's beautiful. I could not believe it. And I myself as a fan, I mean, I appreciate the dancing, the theatrics and everything, but even this last tour that Michael was going to do, This Is It, which would have been phenomenal, I would have, if he said, I'm going to tour with an 8-piece band and an orchestra and backup singers, I would have gone. And he just sat on a stool all night as far as I was concerned. I think he was that talented. His voice alone. I just wanted to hear him sing. And I would have been fine with that.
We had a chance to see Prince do that, man. I think he had some problems with his feet, and he was just in a pair of tennis shoes sitting up on a stool, man, with his guitar, man. A little round stage in the middle of everybody, and we just enjoyed it. Of course, we missed times when he was doing Little Red Corvette, jumping all over the place. Man,
but I think that's the difference between Prince and Michael. I think that Prince is just so eclectic, and I think he evolved much more as an artist than Michael did. No disrespect to Michael, but I think after Thriller and after Dangerous, really, I'd say 1991, I think things changed for him. And then, of course, the allegations of child abuse and stuff like that. I mean, that's the other thing that gets me sad, or a little bit mad, quite frankly. And so I'm not going to sit here and say he didn't do it or he did do it. I don't know. But the bottom line is that 10 years, he really didn't produce anything, right? So what would he have done if that didn't happen? Would he have created another masterpiece? Would he have evolved again? Who knows, right? So it's hard to say.
All right, now we talking to Lester-McClean. My man got a Christmas single out. You can buy it now and save it for next year. People love Christmas, so it doesn't matter. They say.
Hey, listen. The great thing about that, Jerry, is that next year we just do it all over again. So.
That's right, man. That's right. It never grows old, man. You're a genius. You're a genius. All right. Well, hold tight, man. We're going to take a quick commercial, all right? We're going to listen to Helen McMillan in the $1 Million Zone.
What's stopping you from making more, having more, and being more? Hi, I'm Helen McMillan. I'm a success coach. I can help you shift into your $1 million zone of joyful success. Be your most magnetic, confident, and powerful self. The first step is to get my free ebook, 7 Simple Ways to Shift into Your $1 Million Zone. Go to www.yourmilliondollarzone.com and download it now.
All right, getting that $1 Million Zone. He's in the $1 Million Zone because he has a Christmas album out. He can sell this thing forever. All right, check it out. And again, they can find it on Amazon and iTunes.
Yes, sir.
And at lester-mclean.com.
lester-mclean.com, yes, sir.
That's right. All right, man, so any final thoughts for tonight's show?
You know what? I just want to say hello to the audience. I think what you're doing here, Jerry, is a great thing. We have not spoken before tonight, and I just think this is a wonderful, positive thing that you're doing. I want to shout out to Kelly Lee, if I could. Thank her and everybody at Artists United. I have not met arika-kane yet, but I'm looking forward to meeting her at some point, and she's a fabulous artist, so I will shout out to her as well, too. And since you're in the Baltimore area, I had not talked about my family, but I have a few relatives that play music. I have a cousin, Kojo, who's a bassist and a singer. He's been working in Bermuda for quite some time. Then I have an uncle, Colin, who's a bassist in New York. And then I also have a cousin, Cleon, who's a saxophonist in the Baltimore, Maryland area. So I want to shout out to all of them, if I could. Well, I just awesome. Did. So what are you going to say?
Yeah, that's right. I just edited it out later. No. No. That's awesome, man. The family, man. Everybody picks up an instrument and play, man. We guys got to do a family piece one time, man.
Well, I'll tell you what. My brother is a drummer and composer, and I do believe that there will be something eventually with some family folks. So we'll see.
That's right. And don't forget, you can find Lester on YouTube. Now, Lester, they just need to type in your full name, and everything will come up. And what you doing, man?
What am I
doing?
What
are you doing? Are you? Yeah, are you in concert, or is it just you in a room
There's
throwing
a couple
down?
of different things. Yes, there's some concert footage. There's actually, this December, I actually did my first video in which I starred in. So there's the video for one of the Christmas songs that I released. And then, there's a miscellaneous concert footage. There's stuff that I've done at home, here, just one-on-one guitar and vocal. So there's a bunch of stuff there with the various groups that I play in. So I'm really happy that avenue is there. And again, most artists are happy with YouTube as well. So it is an opportunity to promote and go forward. So
that's right, man. We're going to put you out there, man, so people can visit you at positivepower21.org. If they forget, it'll be right there. So we're going to have a good time, man. We appreciate having you, man, and we got to have you back when you drop the next one, okay? So if you decide to come to the space, man, you got to let us know. We appreciate you, man, and we'll be in touch, all right?
Excellent. My absolute pleasure, Jerry. Thank you.
All right. And I tell them, Lester, all the time, man. I tell people, they want to hear the good stuff, man. They got to listen to Jerry Royce Live on positivepower21.org and Spreaker.com/positivepower21. Thank you for tuning in to Jerry Royce Live on positivepower21.org and Spreaker.com/positivepower21. This is a Royce Enterprises production. And don't forget about replay on Facebook.com/Jerry Royce Live. All right, y'all. Don't forget to stream with me. Take care, everybody.
Hi, this is Angel Sessions. And when I'm in town, I listen to Jerry Royce Live, positivepower21.org, where they play my favorite music.
What's up, everybody? This is Arika-kane, and I'm here with Jerry Royce Live.
You are listening to positivepower21.org with Jerry Royce.
What up? It's your boy Kano Kingston.
Hi, this is Angel Sessions.
Hey, this is Pat. Hi, I'm Teresa Powell. Hi, Jerry. This is Ira Sandro Carter.
Hi, this is Phil Powers.
Hello, this is Teresa Bobby with Jerry Royce Live.
Hi, I'm Phil LeBaron. I'm live on the Jerry Royce Show.
Hey, what it do? It's your boy Houston Saint.
Peace, this is Dahlia the poet, spoken word artist.
Hello, this is Lamar Marquise with Jerry Royce Live.
All right, everyone. You got Robin Lynn, and I'm keeping it live right now on Jerry Royce Live.
Hey, what's going on, everybody? What's up? This is award-winning podcast with the greatest podcast on earth. Thank you for stopping by. I'm your host, Jerry Royce Live Worldwide on Internet Radio, where you get your positive on. So when it's all positive, it's all power. That's positive power. This is a worldwide podcast for growth, wealth, and success. Thank you.
Think you know how drugs get in those little brown bottles? Think again. Set in the green hills of western New Jersey, inside the gilded halls of power of a U.S. pharmaceutical company where decisions are worth billions of dollars and human lives worth less. Nicholas Harding, a young executive at Marshall Pharmaceutical, finds his career, family, and life in jeopardy. The Farmhouse, a suspense thriller novel by Bill Powers, published by Donna Inc. Publications, available at Amazon.com or DonnaInc.org. Go to Bill's webpage at www.author.BillPowers.com.
Are you looking for the next great read? A book filled with love, passion, betrayal, and intrigue. The award-winning novel, Season of Change, by Tamika Patrice Kane, is sure to satisfy your literary sweet tooth. Check out this must-read book reviewers are calling uplifting and emotional, and exceptionally great read, deeply intense and thought-provoking. Order your copy today, available in paperback and ebook on Amazon.com or at www.tamikapatrice.com.
Are you an author looking for promotional services or a reader looking for a great read at low prices? In this competitive world of books, Writing Royalty Promotions is dedicated to bringing authors and readers together to build a greater respect for literature through our various promotional services and online bookstore. So head over to WritingRoyaltyPromotions.com and check us out.
Thank you, everybody, for joining us, and welcome to PositivePower21.org. I am Jerry Royce Live. All right, now Book Buzz sponsor for tonight's show is with Darlene Rucker Williams, so stay tuned for a 60-second break.
What do you give to a person who has everything? Hi, I'm Darlene Rucker Williams, and I am the owner of Stylish and Stellar Gifts by Dar. I get this question all of the time. At Stylish and Stellar Gifts by Dar, we specialize in customizing gifts for people and pets too. Our gifts are original and one of a kind. Not only do we deliver, we ship as well. We work according to your budget and your theme. We have gifts for all things, including baby showers, sports teams, get well, bridal, birthdays, pets, just because, and that's just to name a few. So let Stylish and Stellar Gifts by Dar take the worry out of your gift giving today and also for the holidays. Our website is www.stylishandstellar.com, and our phone number is 443-682-5664.
Miss Arika-kane.
Baby, I don't know what's come over you lately. Are you looking for the way to my heart, baby? 'Cause you're going down the right lane again. Oh, baby, it's like a light switched on. Our love now is crazy, but in a good way. Don't you lose that feeling, baby? Don't let it down. I can really feel your love now. Oh, boy, can't get enough. 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 Tell me, what took you so long to finally tune into me, into my mind and heart, not just my body. Now we're getting somewhere, baby. Tell me, it's like a light switched on. Our love now is crazy, but in a good way. Don't you lose that feeling, baby? Don't let it down. I really feel your love. Yeah, can't get enough. Boy, can't get enough. Boy, can't get enough. Boy, can't get enough. Can't get enough. Boy, can't get enough.
All right, everybody. That's the sound of the beautiful Arika-kane, R&B independent. She's with the label BSE Recording, and her biography reads, "Music is the bedrock of my existence, Arika-kane." Her biography is, "The secret to Arika-kane's success lies in her individuality, passion, and uniqueness. She sings with what she feels from her heart and soul, and it stands strong in her integrity of her music. Substance is how she describes it. Arika-kane, a Connecticut native, sailed into the music industry in 2009 with her debut single, Because I Love You, garnering mainstream attention and a multitude of fans. Releasing her self-entitled debut album in 2010, Arika quickly landed on the Billboard R&B hip-hop song chart with the breakthrough platinum-selling single, Here With Me. The song's popularity earned its placement on VH1's Love and Hip Hop and a stronger fan base. Another popular tune, For the Lovers, landed number 7 on Billboard single sales chart. Ladies and gentlemen, I bring you Arika-kane. Welcome to the show, Arika. How you doing tonight?
I'm doing so good. Thank you so much for having me.
Oh, my pleasure. And your voice is so beautiful. Oh, my goodness. I love that song. And that's your hit song, Can't Get Enough, right?
Yes, that is the hit. It just kind of really took off on its own, and the fans and the listeners responded to it, so, it worked for me.
Yeah, I see why, man. I fell in love with this song. I was like, wow. That's why I always try to have surprises on the show. I could have sat around all day listening to your music. I'm like, no, I want to be real when I hear it for the first time. Now, the first question for tonight is, who is Arika-kane?
Arika-kane is a complex woman of integrity and substance. I feel a big part of my mission here with my music is to bring substance back into not music, because that's everywhere. There's amazing artists out there, performing their craft, in the way that they want to. But as far as the mainstream platform, I really believe my mission is to bring substance back into music. So that's who I am, and that's what I plan to do.
Yeah, nothing wrong with that. Yeah, because, the one thing I can say about the Internet, man, it's opening some doors to everybody,
Right.
What you say about the Internet, I know it has its good and it has its bad, because you're always going to get the yin and the yang. But tell us, how has the Internet been good to you?
Oh, well, the Internet is everything nowadays. It's how I interact with my fan base on a daily basis. It's how, it's where the charts are. It's where the music is. It's where, the best radio stations are. I mean, it's just really extremely prominent right now. And as an independent artist, it's one of the the free tools that you have at your disposal. And, I made sure when I was first starting my career that that's got to be a big piece to everything, because that's how you connect worldwide, That's the only way.
That's right. Now, we have heard of so many artists being discovered on YouTube and independent podcasts. I think it has been like the best thing ever, because my wife and I, we love sitting back looking at some of these unknown artists sing some of these covers of some of the popular artists, and then you're like, wow, they sound better. It's amazing. These voices out here, like you said, there's so much talent out here. Now, you bust on the scene in 2009. Were you in Connecticut at the time?
I was. I was living in Southern Connecticut, where I still reside right now. I grew up in northeastern Connecticut, a small town, very peaceful, loving environment, but I knew if I wanted to pursue music, I had to get a little bit closer to the city. So I moved to Southern Connecticut, and immediately I met everybody who's somebody, that's involved in something in my area, and worked with many producers and met a lot of labels, but my parents really were very protective of me, and they knew the industry is brutal, so they were like, don't ever sign anything. So I
I really followed that, that tactic. And eventually, through just connecting and networking, is how I met my current label, BSC Recordings. Through a producer I was working with, very talented artist. His name is K-Mel's. I just got a call out of the blue. Like, I think you need to meet this label. They're looking for a female artist. They're independent. And once I heard independent, that rang a bell because, that's who I'm, that's me anyway. That's who I'm about. And it worked out from there.
Good. Now, when your parents said don't sign anything, did they say don't sign without your lawyer present, or don't sign without them looking at it first? What was the deal there?
Well, they just said, all I got was don't sign anything. I took it, that was just their way of saying, just don't. I mean, they told me this when I was 16, 17, thinking about, that was, when I was very naive to, the crazy part about the business and everything. But they instilled it in me, and they, just that protection. I always knew you want to believe people really care and they really want to do things for you. But at the end of the day, most of everybody's really looking out for themselves, so you have to. But of course, yes, it was. Of course, I had a lawyer involved once I did, make that move.
That's right. Now, how old were you when you first bust on the scene? Now, we got the time. It was 2009. When did you really bust on the scene? Like, were you doing like the smaller clubs just to see if it was your thing?
Oh, well, my dreams were huge. I wanted to be like as big as Michael Jackson. I wanted my music to heal the world. My dreams were big. So I was just about, I guess, expressing myself and making that right connection. I did do a lot of open mic nights, in the city, New York City, and here in Southern Connecticut, just to, I was dabbling in my songwriting, and I wanted to perform my original material for the first time because I was kind of done with singing cover songs. I really found and honed in on my songwriting ability, and it was cool going to different club to club, performing your music. It's great. But at the end of the day, my dreams were huge. So.
So you were ready to perform your own material, like Madonna and those guys. Now, did you travel around with your own band when you were doing South Connecticut and New York? Did you have like your own band that was traveling with you, your own group?
No, because I only had a few days off. I was working job after job just to support the studio time and what I was recording, and also with traveling. So I was, before I hooked up with the label, I was just on my grind, trying to just put myself out there and connect with whoever I could. So it was just me and the music. It was me and the music before.
Wow. So you didn't even do what other groups, like you hear about how Prince and Morris Day and them, they started out having a band, which they got together when they were in high school, and that's pretty much, all they wrote, was the band, the guys,
Right.
Being in South Connecticut, 2009, the internet was strong, the broadband was there, because I remember I was working it myself around 2006, so it was getting there. Were you taking advantage of the internet then in 2009 to get your voice out there, or you just was hitting the concrete in the street?
I was doing both. I was hitting it from each corner. I had no choice, just to get your name and your brand and who you are out there. I think the performing is good for growth and development and experience and experience in your performing and how the audience interacts. So that's a great, so basically I developed myself, as an artist before with BSC, which was good for them because they could tell, like, I was ready. You know, I was ready to go.
You was ready to go. So when did you know, deep down inside that this is your thing and you want to make a career out of it? When did that hit you, that bug?
I would say right after high school. It's just I wouldn't feel right settling for something that I didn't feel in my heart or pursuing something that I didn't want to pursue. I saw so many people doing that around me, which is fine. You know, everyone picks their journey. Maybe that's what they want, what they choose. But at the same time, I was like, I have to follow, my heart. And there's so many other young female artists doing the same. I'm like, I'm just as talented, I can do this too. So it was really just a motivation.
Mm-hmm. So you didn't decide to try college for a little while and then some people, they still do the
I went to
thing.
I went to college for a year because my parents really wanted me to, but I already had my plan. I was already plotting and planning. I was definitely skipping class. I don't encourage anybody to skip class, but I was at music history class. I was front row and center, and just one day I was like, you know what, this is really my true passion, and this is what I'm going to do. I don't care how many jobs I have to work to support this, and that's what I chose to do.
So you didn't decide to major in music?
No, because I wanted to get right to it. I felt like there's no experience like real life experience. I wasn't really into going to school for music. I felt as though I had it in me and I'm ready. I'm ready to go. I mean, of course, there's always more to learn. But to me, music can get very complicated, and you can really break it down to mathematics, and you can really spend a lot of time, and you could probably get a lot of networking and a lot out of that. But it just wasn't in my heart. I was ready to get right to it.
That's right. Now, do you read music?
I can, but I don't really choose to. I'm more of a feeler and memory. I remember things and I feel things. But I can because my choir teacher in high school was no joke. Like, if we couldn't read music, we might as well just left. So I remember I had to. Yeah,
you're right about that. Because my daughter studied music. She actually was at a school that had as a magnet. It wasn't her magnet. She was a French student major, but she can read music really well, and she learned that in elementary school. And she ended up.
Wow.
And she can sing too. She does a lot of cover work. She can market like anybody.
Yeah.
Like Rihanna, Beyonce, and all those kind of the popular singers she could do. Because sometimes we'll be upstairs and my wife would say, "Tell her to turn that Alicia Keys song down," and my son would say, "That's not Alicia Keys. That's Skylar." I was like, "What?" and she really wanted to major in music in middle school, but my wife was like, "Nah, let's choose a language you can get in. That's guaranteed."
Yeah.
So that was funny. Yeah.
Oh my God.
All right. Now tell us about your hit song, "Can't Get Enough." Where were you when you wrote that?
Can't Get Enough is it's a very laid back, chill, smooth production. The writers are Jasmine Joyner and Lou Humphrey and myself, and they wrote the music. And once they presented the music to me, it had arika-kane written all over it. I was like, this will be on the album. So there's no question. And the melodies just flowed through me through this song. Very, very, it was definitely meant to be. I'm very big on melody in my music. I don't think there's enough of that going on, and there's a lot of that in that song. But it's not as deep lyrically and arranged or as big of an arrangement as, you know, a lot of my music. It's more taken back a notch. But I'm just so happy that my fans are responding and supporting the single, and it's doing well on the Amazon chart.
Oh, wow, really? So the download.
Yeah, it went to #1 in R&B.
Wow, that's incredible. So that's the power of the internet right there, right? Mm-hmm.
Yes.
That's awesome. That's awesome. All right. So, and that melody is beautiful, and then with your voice, it was perfect blend. A perfect blend. See why people fall in love with your music already. All right. So we're going to take a quick break, and then we come back. We're going to listen to your first release, which was called "It's There." When we come back from this 60-second break with Book Buzz. All right, everybody. So hold tight. We're talking to arika-kane, R&B artist, independent label, BSC recording, big shot. All right, hold tight. We'll be right back.
Are you experiencing a stage of life trauma? An everyday life experience that may distract you or shake your faith? My good books are short stories written on everyday topics like jealous friends or an abusive parent, written with an underlying message directing your thoughts to a positive and spiritual place. My good book strives to provide a positive influence for real people with real life struggles seeking hope, inspiration, and a perspective that will change how you handle your own life's journey. Read my good books to enjoy a positive and spiritual message today. Then share it with someone else who needs it.
Are you an author looking for promotional services or a reader looking for a great read at low prices? In this competitive world of books, Writing Royalty Promotions is dedicated to bringing authors and readers together to build a greater respect for literature through our various promotional services and online bookstore. So head over to writingroyaltypromotions.com and check us out.
Even when we're at the ledge, we're standing here holding on. I never knew I couldn't live without you. And after all we've been through, it seems there's nothing we can't survive. It's like we moved on to another place and time where our love can be free. 'Cause every time I look into your eyes, I can see my soul. It's like everything I need to know, and everything I could ever want is there.
All right. It's there, and we're going to play everything in its entirety. We're going to get this interview in. We want to hear every word from R&B artist arika-kane. Right, Erica? We want to hear your voice. We want to hear you speak. Now, Erica, okay, I'm going to read this piece right here real quick for our audience. It says, Kane had over 20 features of her music on VH1 reality shows and TV series between 2010 and 2012, and landing 2 theme songs as her song "Make It" is the theme song for VH1's Hollywood Exes, and also spin-off show Atlanta Exes. Here With Me was a prominent feature that landed on NY's Love and Hip Hop Season 1, an unforgettable love scene with reality star Samaya Reese and her ex-boyfriend. Now, so how all that happened? You got caught up, your music got caught up, your voice got caught up with reality TV. How did that happen?
I know, good question. You know what? I don't know, but it's a blessing. What I do know is that VH1 contacted us and actually just said, "We love your album." Here With Me came first. It was the first feature that was on the Love and Hip Hop, and nobody knew. It was the first Love and Hip Hop, so nobody really had any pre-judging about that show because it was brand new, right?
Yeah.
Now when I think about Love and Hip Hop, I'm like, where would there ever be a scene now for my music? But it made it. It made the first round. It was like one of the romantic moments in the entire season. But it landed it, and it was. They played the song for about a minute, and it really resonated. So it's the visual with the music and what the music is saying that really helps, supports the music and what I'm doing. So I'm grateful for it, and I'm grateful for my theme song that's on Hollywood X's as well.
Yeah, you rolling now. Your album, Through the Veil, released October 24th, 2014, is available on Amazon and iTunes, and people are loving it now. I'm going to tell you, Erica, with having a tablet and then your iPhone, your Android, it's just making it so easy for people to have everything. It got on my nerves that I had to carry a phone and an iPod and whatever else you needed in life with you. Now everything is right there. Do you love it? I mean, you got to love it.
It's crazy. I mean, you're right.
Yeah, you can read your favorite book while listening to your favorite tunes at the same time. Isn't that crazy?
Yeah, it is. It's crazy. The only thing we gotta do is not do it when we walk or when we drive, because that's when because texting and walking or browsing the internet and walking, man, sometimes you never know what you're gonna walk into.
I know, you're right about that. Cause now my phone is so huge now. Cause I went out there and bought the doggone Apple 6 Plus, whatever it's called. Yeah, Apple 6. Yeah, and that thing is huge. Even for a man's hand, it's hard to do your thing with your thumb, and sometimes even take.
Yeah, I got that one too. Yeah.
Yeah, but it's nice when you're walking and texting. I love it because I can see.
That is true. That is true.
I can see.
You don't have.
No, it's not. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
No, I would say it's big enough where you don't have to have it right in front of, like putting it right in front of your face. Yeah.
Yeah, you got your peripheral. Yeah, because you still got your peripheral working for you, but you can still see what you're doing. Right. Like I'm walking through the parking lot, I can see if a car's coming or not, and I know my little path to take, and then I won't trip on the sidewalk. I just love that thing.
There you go.
Yeah, that's right. And for artists like you have an opportunity. You don't have to wait around for the big boys who've been running the show for so many years to send you an email saying that you made the top 10 of what Billboard is and the other ones are. You can just get the same satisfaction from Amazon and iTunes because you're still making money. You're still getting downloads, right? Same thing.
Yeah, absolutely.
And you're not sharing the wealth with everybody at the same time, right?
That's right.
All right, so let's talk about that a little bit, about the business. Tell us about the business. Why you decide with your big voice, your beautiful choices in music, in lyrics and melody, why you decide to go independent?
Well, again, it's just kind of what unfolded. I've always tried to follow, my mission and my path in life, which is, I believe, to spread love and connect people through my music. But it's just it's a crazy business, it's like stepping into the twilight zone a little bit.
That's right, I know.
Because go ahead.
Now I was going to say I see Brian McKnight's name was mentioned with your first single, It's There. How did he get involved with the project?
Well, that was a connection of basically an acquaintance that knew him, and we had a record called It's There, and we had just finished writing it. It was about the beginning of last year. And it was just a connection. Brian heard the record, and he said he would love to be on it. And next thing you know, I'm in the studio collaborating with Brian McKnight. We're working together in the studio, and I was able to actually produce him, which was like the coolest thing ever. So
wow. That's big. That's big time. That's big. And then you had another single, Thrown It All Away. What was going on with that piece?
Throw It All Away is, if you know the R&B arika-kane, Throw It All Away is I spiced it up a little bit. It has a pop edge to it. It's very catchy. It's upbeat, but it's very lighthearted, and that song is really about, whatever happened within the day. You had the worst day in your entire life, like, celebrate that it's over and celebrate your life and what you do, the things that you do have. So it's a great song if you're having a really tough one.
I believe you. Now, being under an independent label, would we be able to buy tickets to a concert featuring arika-kane, even if you're opening for another act? Would we ever see you with, maybe like a Sade or any of the favorites that's out there that people look forward to seeing? Will we ever see that?
Oh, that would be a good collab. Wow, I didn't even think of that.
I know. I was like sitting here so crazy.
Yeah, I'm so glad you brought that up. I just got the chills for a minute. That's a good idea. I'm gonna
chilling now.
That. Yeah.
I'm it's like did somebody turn the air conditioning on in this room? I was like, wow.
I know what's going on. Oh, man, that would be awesome. That would be dope. That would be dope. I'm going to look into that. But other than that, I am planning on touring this year, 2015. And, yes, you can follow my tour schedule and how to get tickets on my official website, which is arika-kane.com. The schedule is not up yet, but it will be up in the next month as we are putting together what cities I'm going to be and so on and so forth. So that should be up within a month, and all my other news and everything, the latest news, you can check out my website as well, arika-kane.com.
Yeah, arika-kane.com. That's where I am right now, the beautiful arika-kane. Now, Arika, what kind of advice would you have for someone young, beautiful, have a big voice, kind of winging it on her own, pretty much, don't have the support of the family? What kind of advice would you be able to give a young person like that?
Well, definitely know your craft, know the business of your craft, know everything you need to know before even stepping into it. And know your power. Know, especially if you're an artist, a lot of artists, the message out there is that our artists aren't powerful, and they're so powerful. They have so much, so much to give, and so much, they're a part of the whole big picture. So you have to know the business that you're getting into so that you can protect yourself, and especially women. I mean, I've had the craziest of experiences trying to network and connect with people, because there was just, it was mostly men. There's not many women that I've really came across since I've been in the business. And they just don't take me seriously, or they don't. They kind of looked at me as if not all of them, just some really creepy situations. You have to be careful, because they look at you as, well, if she doesn't know if she doesn't know the business and she doesn't know what she's doing, we can take advantage of her and tell her this, but we'll really do A, B, and C. So that would be my biggest thing for women, for sure.
Yeah. You know, it's funny because I've been coming across some of the most honest families that's involved with the music industry now. We have a husband and a wife that's working as a team. It's like the woman is there to protect, you know, the innocent. And, of course, the man is there to try to drive the business, but at the same time look for talent. And it's like a family. Even with the book industry, it's like they're bringing it together, like more family-oriented. Do you have that feeling with BSC recordings?
Oh, yeah. I mean, I couldn't be luckier. I'm so involved in every decision in my career. I can stay true to myself, my message, my music, you know, and not sell my soul or be somebody that I'm not, and that's really important and also hard to do in this industry. It's hard to do when so many people are telling you, well, you should, you know, you're really not this and you should do that kind of music because this is what you look like, or, you know, it's everything. People just, they break you down, and you have to really, you know, you really have to stand your ground and stay true to yourself, and eventually, you know, they'll get it.
Yeah.
That's really my story. That's really my story, because I've been down that road where, oh, well, you know, because I've had 3 albums, I've had a lot of success, but I've had so much trouble being visible because the larger platforms, you know, aren't, you know, so much happy that I'm around, or don't really want me to, you know, mess up the party that they got going on. So it's a constant fight. But I know that once I have the music and the fans behind me, you know what? I'm good. Right. I'm good.
That's right. That's right. Just build that fan base. That's all I'm doing. Just trying to build a fan base. They will carry you. I mean, that's who's spending the money on your material, right?
That's right.
That's right.
Absolutely.
All right, we're gonna take a quick break. We're talking to arika-kane, R&B artist with the beautiful album Through the Veil. It's available now on Amazon and iTunes. All right. Now, Erica, before we take this break, now, can they purchase your singles independently as well as download the whole album entirely? Does it work like that for you?
Yep, you can do that. All you have to do is go on either Amazon or iTunes and click on the individual song, and it'll take you, you know, right to that link. So you can do it separately.
All right, so they can get like a sample, and then, hey, I want to buy this and get the whole album. All right. You know, I'm going to be buying the whole album. I am definitely a fan. All right, let's listen to another episode of Book Buzz, and we'll be right back with arika-kane. Hold tight, everybody.
Are you looking for the next great read? A book filled with love, passion, betrayal, and intrigue. The award-winning novel, Season of Change, by Tamika Patrice Kane, is sure to satisfy your literary sweet tooth. Check out this must-read book reviewers are calling uplifting and emotional. And exceptionally great read, deeply intense and thought-provoking. Order your copy today. Available in paperback and ebook on Amazon.com or at www.tamikapatrice.com.
All right. Check her out, Tamika Kane. That's right, .com. All right, we talking to arika-kane, a hit song, Can't Get Enough. Now, it sounds like all your songs have been hits on Amazon. I'm looking at your bio, and I see number one, 8 weeks, 20. What's the deal? All of the hits?
You know what? Honestly, they are, whether they make it as a hit in the perception or not. To me, they are, and that's what I think makes a great artist. I mean, I grew up in a time where artists made great albums. Like, the albums were great. It wasn't just, you know, let's saturate this one song, like, down to the ground, and, you know, and do a video or, you know, whatever the case is. It's when you to me as an artist, when you make an album, it's like it's your heart and soul. And not only is it that, it's your experiences from the past year or a couple years from your last album. You know, that's what albums should be. They should be your canvas for, you know, your experience, your life experiences. So that's really what I try to do.
That's right. Now, this is number 3 for you, you say? 3 to Veil?
This is number 3, yes.
Wow, that's awesome. That's awesome. All right, well, we're out of time, but we want to get your final thoughts before we end the show. Any final thoughts?
Oh, I'm just so thankful that you had me on your show. I've heard wonderful things about your show. I'm going to stay tuned in, and let's stay connected. I'm grateful for your audience. So just thank you so much for supporting me and my music, and shout out to my label, BSG, and shout out to my fans. Keep supporting my music. Follow me on Twitter at arika-kane also.
Yes, that's right, arika-kane.com. We appreciate having you, and we got to have you back when you drop your 4th album or any singles. You know, feel free to drop a radio drop so we could promote you. You know, that's what we do here at Jerry Royce Live. And I tell you, Erica, I tell them all the time, they got to tune in. They got to, because we always get the good stuff on Jerry Royce Live. And we had arika-kane tonight, that's right, talking to us about her 2 hits, her 3rd album drop. Check her out, you guys, on Amazon and iTunes. All right, and the name of the album, again, is Through the Veil, and it's arika-kane.com with BSC Recordings. I'm Jerry Royce Live at positivepower21.org and Spreaker.com/positivepower21. Stay awesome, everybody, all week long. Thank you for tuning in to Jerry Royce Live on positivepower21.org and Spreaker.com/positivepower21. This is a Royce Enterprises production. And don't forget about replay on Facebook.com/Jerry Royce Live. All right, guys, y'all stay tuned. We got another one coming up in 10 minutes. I'm Jerry Royce Live. Hold the line.
Hi, this is your girl Cotton, the softest voice in poetry. And when I'm online, I listen to Jerry Royce Live worldwide on positivepower21.org. You should be listening to Jerry Royce Live.
Hey, this is Gary Scott, author of Redefining the N-Word on Jerry Royce Live.
You are listening to positivepower21.org with Jerry Royce.
What up? It's your boy Kano Kingston.
Hi, this is Angel Sessions.
Hey, this is Cotton. Hi, I'm Teresa Powell.
Hi, Jerry. This is Ira Sandro Carter.
Hi, this is Phil Powers.
Hello, this is Teresa Bobby with Jerry Royce Live.
Hi, I'm Philip Barron. I'm live on the Jerry Royce Show.
Hey, what it do? It's your boy Houston Saint.
Peace, this is Dahlia the poet, spoken word artist.
Hello, this is Lamar Marquise with Jerry Royce Live.
All right, everyone. You got Robin Lynn, and I'm keeping it live right now on Jerry Royce Live.
Hey, what's going on, everybody? What's up? This is award-winning podcast with the greatest podcast on earth. Thank you for stopping by. I'm your host, Jerry Royce Live worldwide on internet radio, where you get your positive on. So when it's all positive, it's all power. That's positive power. This is a worldwide podcast for growth, wealth, and success. Thank you.
Think you know how drugs get in those little brown bottles? Think again. Set in the green hills of western New Jersey, inside the gilded halls of power of a U.S. pharmaceutical company where decisions are worth billions of dollars and human lives worth less. Nicholas Harding, a young executive at Marshall Pharmaceutical, finds his career, family, and life in jeopardy. The Farmhouse, a suspense thriller novel by Bill Powers, published by Donna Inc. Publications, available at Amazon.com or DonnaInc.org. Go to Bill's webpage at www.author.BillPowers.com.
Are you looking for the next great read? A book filled with love, passion, betrayal, and intrigue. The award-winning novel, Season of Change, by Tamika Patrice Kane is sure to satisfy your literary sweet tooth. Check out this must-read book reviewers are calling uplifting and emotional. An exceptionally great read, deeply intense and thought-provoking. Order your copy today, available in paperback and ebook on Amazon.com or at www.tamikapatrice.com.
Are you an author looking for promotional services or a reader looking for a great read at low prices? In this competitive world of books, Writing Royalty Promotions is dedicated to bringing authors and readers together to build a greater respect for literature through our various promotional services and online bookstore. So head over to WritingRoyaltyPromotions.com and check us out.
All right. Hey, everybody. Thank you for joining us and welcome to Positive Power 21.org. I am Jerry Royce Live, and our Book Buzz sponsor for tonight's show is Darlene Rucker-Williams, and her company is called Stylish and Stellar Gifts by Dar. And here's a 60-second presentation on Book Buzz.
What do you give to a person who has everything? Hi, I'm Darlene Rucker-Williams, and I am the owner of Stylish and Stellar Gifts by Dar. I get this question all of the time. At Stylish and Stellar Gifts by Dar, we specialize in customizing gifts for people and pets too. Our gifts are original and one of a kind. Not only do we deliver, we ship as well. We work according to your budget and your theme. We have gifts for all things, including baby showers, sports teams, get well, bridal, birthdays, pets, just because, and that's just to name a few. So let Stylish and Stellar Gifts by Dar take the worry out of your gift giving today and also for the holidays. Our website is www.stylishandstellar.com, and our phone number is 443-682-5664.
All right, that's Darlene Rucker-Williams. She makes the most wonderful gifts. I wish I had everything so I'd be able to answer that question. What do you give somebody that has everything? All right, you give them a gift basket. All right, y'all, we celebrating Dr. Martin Luther King Jr.'s birthday. Me and the wife had an opportunity to go out there to see the latest movie. I guess it comes out of Oprah's production house, Harpo. And Stella, that was an awesome movie. You got to go see it, y'all. Now if you're one of those people that skip out when it comes to voting, man, you're going to find out the hard way. It may bring tears to your eyes while you need to hit those polls, man. Not just about who's running, who's not running. It's just about people died, man. People died for that purpose. All right. Tonight on the show, we got author Gary Scott. He's a big-time author. I know he's hearing it. He got a book out called Refining the N-Word, a novel by Gary Scott. All right, and his synopsis of his book started out, Nigga, the most controversial word to come out of the English language. And it was, too. My mom would never let me say that word in the neighborhood while my other friends were saying it. She just would not let us say it. Some hate it, some love it, and some just don't care. Yet, it has become one of the most widely used words to define the modern black in America today. What do I mean? What was your reaction to the title of this book? Did you see someone harshly spit that word out in a southern drawl? Did you see someone use it while giving dap, then affectionately converse about the hood? Did you see someone scream it in rage as they repeatedly shoot someone? Was it ribbit, in a lyric, in a new song, or is it a word that has no meaning until you randomly decide to give it one? The word Nigga is grossly offensive to some but not to others. However, as a diverse people, we have one thing in common with the word Nigga. How do we take the conflicting messages of what particularly ambitious word means and bring resolution to them? This book attempts to do that by placing you right in the middle of that. All right, Gary Scott, welcome to Jerry Royce Live. How you doing tonight, sir? Oh, you know what? I forgot I put him on mute because I heard some noise rambling around. Sorry about that, Mr. Scott.
That's all right, man. I'm here.
All right. Sorry, man. Like, what happened to him? Yeah, I had to put you on mute. The producers like to have a clean show so they can upload it for your benefit, man. Hey, man. Welcome, man. Welcome to Jerry Royce Live, man. How you doing tonight?
I'm doing good. I'm glad to be here.
All right, awesome. We're glad to have you, man. Talk about this book, man, especially the day Dr. Martin Luther King Jr.'s birthday, a guy who laid down his life, man, fighting for us so we won't be called that, by others, other persuasions. And yet, we use the word so freely among our own. All right, man. So first question is, man, who is Gary Scott?
Well, I was born in Harlem, Mount Sinai Hospital, and I grew up in Brooklyn, New York. I'm an artist. I can paint. I can draw. I can do any kind of artwork, and I'm also a writer. I like to write poetry. I like to write plays, and I like to write about controversial stuff people don't talk about. Like one of the titles of my play was "Preacher and the Prostitute," and there's a story in the Bible about Hosea and a prostitute. And what I did was just bring that thing up to today's times and what would happen if this Bible story actually came true. And it came out with a great play that I think one of my best pieces that we call Love Story, Preacher and the Prostitute. So most of my stuff is controversial.
Wow. And where can people find your work, man? Because I remember I thought I saw one piece of a project you had out there on Amazon.
Yeah, I've got just this book on Amazon. My other stuff, I have a website, GaryScottProductions.com, and that's the only place that you can find the plays. I'm still trying to find distribution for the plays, but this current book is on Amazon, iBooks, Kindle. Pretty much every large distributor has it right now.
All right. So you say your website is www.
GaryScottProductions.com.
Gary Scott. All right. I got a best friend named Gary Scott. But I knew when you contacted me, it wasn't him who said they were a writer. All right, man. That's awesome, man. So you're one of those people, man, that pretty much have all the talent. Do you sing?
No, I don't sing. I can act. I sometimes have to act in my plays because I can't find enough actors or actors who will cooperate. But I haven't tried singing. I don't think I can do that.
How about, can you play an instrument?
Can't play an instrument. My father was a great musician, but it just didn't pass down to me.
Wow, man. I know my kids trip me out, man, because they do some things that my wife and I can't do. Yeah. Like my wife, for one, my wife can't ride a bike, so that wasn't a hard one, but they sing, play instruments, all that good stuff. But that is awesome, man. Wow, artist, man. I grew up like that, man. My dad was an artist, and that's how we got into publishing, man. All right, that is super. Now, let's talk a little bit more about your life, man. So what was life like growing up to be Gary Scott? What was that like? Let's talk about middle school. Middle school is one of the hardest. Let's talk about middle school first.
Middle school was fine. I had a great childhood. I grew up in Brooklyn. We played in the fire hydrants in the summertime and played games and played football in the street. I wouldn't change anything about my childhood. Like I said, I had a wonderful childhood. Yeah, and I really like growing up in Brooklyn, New York.
Awesome, man. You grew up just like I grew up, man. Playing in the streets, in a neighborhood, what they call a real neighborhood.
Yep, the neighborhood, yep.
Yeah, no danger. Just play. Couldn't wait to get up, go outside.
Until the lights came on, you had to get in the house. That was about it.
Yep. And we sit out there, sit on. See, lucky for us, I think when you grew up, you guys had what, like the brownstones, where you just had the little marble steps that you guys
could sit. We had the brownstones with the stoop, where you sit on the stoop and hang out with your friends.
Yeah. We actually had porches, man, where you could sit like 15 people. Yeah. And we took turns going to each person's house because, your moms, be like, y'all making all that noise. Go down the street to Eric's house or Mark's house, So we take turns. We go on rotation. That's awesome, man. Good childhood. Now, when did you find out that you were good at art?
I found out when I was in junior high school. When I was in junior high school, they gave us aptitude tests, and they found out I had artistic ability, and they sent me to what you would call a magnet school, a specialized school just for art. And I went there for high school, and from then on, I've been an artist.
Wow. So then, so high school. So what was high school like? Did you play sports, or you just did the art thing for a while?
No, I just did the art thing. I just worked in there doing I just worked doing my artwork and I just worked when I was in high school and it was a great experience. No sports though. What I liked about my high school is because it was a high school that drew kids from all different boroughs. I got to intermix with Spanish people, Koreans, white people, and that was a great experience because in the hood it was just just brothers. But when I went to my high school, I got to mix with different races, which was an experience.
Yeah, that prepares you for life, man. Especially if you got one of those kind of jobs where the incomes are high. You're gonna find that there's gonna be people from all walks of life working for that particular employer. All right. Good for you, man. All right, so did you do college? Any college?
Well, I went to an art school. I got an associate's in science degree in marketing. I went there for about 2.5 years, and after that, left there and went into the work force and started working in advertising agencies. And I did that for about 2 or 3 years, and then I ended up starting my own graphic design company. And I did a lot of things. I started a graphic design company. I ran a nightclub for a few years in Fort Lauderdale, Florida, called the Tees. I was one of the first people to do the networking parties where you had back in there was in the 80s and 90s. You had the upper middle class blacks they called buppies, and I did the networking parties with the jazz and the hors d'oeuvres and stuff, and the businessmen come there and trade business. So I've had a pretty interesting life. I've experienced a lot of things, had a lot of different business ventures.
Yeah, good. So what are you doing now? You just working for yourself right now?
Right now, I work for myself. I'm a freelance artist. I do different types of jobs, anything from painting someone's portrait to doing a mural in a church or a daycare center, or painting of someone's motorcycle or their vans. I do all, and I still do graphic design work on the computer. So pretty much anything that comes in. So that's what I'm doing, and I also enjoy writing. Like I said, and produce local plays here in the Jacksonville area. I've been doing that for about 7.
Wow. So let me ask this, Gary. So when the computer age took over, man, because I remember we used to be color pencils, chalk, and watercolor, to be creative, and then you had to put that boy up on a whiteboard and shoot it with a camera. Man, when that computer came on, when that Mac came, I knew it was small. How excited were you, man? How excited were you when that came out? I was
excited, and I was also kind of disappointed that a lot of creativity is, I think that if the tool is a blessing and a curse, because it makes a person that's creative, able to do more things, but it also takes away from a person sitting down and taking that pencil and paper and drawing. There is something about the freedom of just sketching on canvas or sketching on a piece of paper that you can't get, copy that on a computer. There are things like I think it's 2 different art forms. When you go back to the old school charcoal and stuff, it has a different feel. Anyway, for me, then I can draw on the computer, but I just still like that the texture and the look of an original hand drawing. I guess that's why we still have museums and we still have paintings in museums. People still appreciate that.
Yeah, that's right, man. We still appreciate that, man. People still, drawing on canvas because that was me, man. I was always, man. I went straight into publishing. I think I was around 12 when a group of friends, we started our own publishing company with comic books, man. We was, creating our own characters, after being a big avid reader of comic books for so long, the Spider-Man series and the Batman and Superman, we decided to do our own thing. That was just me, I want to do that too. So I know how you feel, man. Just there having that number 2 pencil and some plain, 20-pound paper. Just being creative, man. That's great. Working for yourself. Now that everything is so virtual now, I mean, you got these websites out there now where people can get services as cheap as $5. They can get masterful work, graphics like book covers and stuff for $29, man. I'm just like, wow, did it come down to that the competition is so stiff worldwide that people are doing this kind of work for less than $100?
Yeah, that's where it has gotten. That's why I said it was a blessing and a curse, bro.
yeah, because the internet is just it's connected to everybody. They said it's like 3 billion people on the internet.
Yeah.
So you just say, wow, if you just get just a little inkling of that business, you'd be doing tremendous, but nobody wants to pay nothing.
Yeah, you got it.
Even for this great engineering with this podcast, you ask somebody for a couple of dollars to promote their product, they look at you like, let me get back to you. I got to check my budget. It's like, if you don't have that, man, you're in trouble. And then the thing that kind of tripped me out, and I guess my staff always be trying to bring me back, because I remember we used to charge thousands of dollars for websites. I still hear people charging $15,000 to $20,000 for these big, elaborate corporate websites. And then when you have someone come along that's like an author or whatever, and they tell you what they want, it's like, man, I charge $20,000 for a website like that, and they say, "Well, I only have $600." Yeah. He's like, "Well, you better go talk to one of those little kids in high school to do that for you for $600." It is just, and our art form, man, is something you're born with. That creativity, the way to identify colors and put them together, and the time you put into the thoughts of some of these projects. To me, you should be starting at $1,000. I don't know, Gary. You got me rambling off now, man. I'm mad.
I thought you hit a sore spot.
Yeah, man. Because just think, dude, someone contact you, they want you to do this and do that, and then, you tell them what your price is, and they, I was talking to someone who said they could do it for half of that. Why you calling me then? That's what you feel like saying. Okay, well, then you say you hate to pass up on the money. You say, well, if I get 3 more of those, that'll match what I really want. But then you're talking about time away from your family, time away from what you really want to do, time away from Netflix, getting your 8 hours of sleep. It's tough, man. You're right, man. All right, let me calm down. Let's take a commercial break so I can calm down, man. And when we get back, man, we're going to be ready to talk about redefining the N-word by Gary Scott, the artist, the poet. And we're going to talk about that too, man, about your poetry too, man. We got something that you may be interested in, okay? All right, y'all. We're going to hear a piece from my good friend out there in the internet world. She's a host herself, and named Brenda Williams, released 2014 Explicit Expressions. She said it's a hot, 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 hot book. Check it out.
Are you looking for something steamy, hot, and erotic? Well, you're looking for Explicit Expressions by Brenda Williams, one of the most prolific erotic writers of all time. Brings to you her collection of sensual erotic stories, poems, and seduction that will warm the hearts of anyone. Each one penned, guaranteed to have minds wandering, hearts racing, automatically introducing sexual bliss. So lay back, get comfy, get ready to be mesmerized. This will be an experience you'll never forget.
How would you
like to have a book that reflects your life. Hi, I'm Mocha Butterfly. I would like to tell you more about my latest book, The Reality of Mocha Butterfly. It's a poetry chapbook capturing my life that covers subjects such as self-esteem, anti-bullying, spirituality, family, friends, love, and heartbreak. You can purchase your copy online at twopensandlit.com/Thompson. To find out more about me, visit me on Facebook at facebook.com/M8CHA Thanks for listening.
Hi, this is Angel Sessions, and when I'm in town, I listen to Jerry Royce live, positivepower21.org, where they play my favorite music.
That's right. We play your favorite music, Angel. Angel's such a gifted and talented performer, singer. Check her out, Angel Sessions, on Facebook. She's about to drop a new album, too. I'm still in love with the first one. I listen to it every day at lunchtime. That's right. Brother got to relax. All right, we're talking to Gary Scott, multi-talented one. He has a book out called Redefining the N-Word, a novel. All right, Gary, tell us, man, what's up, man? What's up with the book?
Okay, the first thing is am I allowed to speak freely, or are we going to say the N-word? Because in my book we don't use the N-word. So
yeah. Well, just for the respect of Dr. Martin Luther King on his birthday, and this is my mom's favorite show, and she's a school teacher. We'll just say the N-word, if you don't mind.
But I won't be able to read any of the book then. Because there's not an N-word in the book.
It's not in the book? Tell you what, it is internet. You know, I guess you do what you got to do. You know, if it's in your heart, you know, and it's your product, you know,
Yep.
Go ahead. Go for it.
That's what I'm saying, man, is that I got to be real to what I'm doing. Can I read part of the book?
Yeah, I understand. Go ahead, man. Be real, man.
Yeah, can I read part of the book? I wanted to read
go ahead.
It's called Nigga Define. Okay?
Okay.
All
right.
Nothing. I came up with nothing. I got to say something. So I'll do what I always done. I try to make a joke out of it by saying, come on, man, what you trying to do? Psychoanalyze me? Johnny Boy comes right back with, boy, I don't have to psychoanalyze you. I am you. Or at least I was you. I was just like you. All I knew was my hood. Well, I said, I like my hood. I like mine too, he said as he sipped the last bit of coffee from the cup that had been sitting on the table. He puts the cup back down and smacks his lip before he said, back when I was coming up, we didn't call it a hood. We called it a neighborhood because that's what we were. We were neighbors. We looked out for each other, actually cared for each other. Then that smirk returned to his face. I know you don't believe it, but just because a neighborhood got a lot of black people in it doesn't mean it got to be a bad neighborhood. It don't mean it has to be a ghetto. Johnny Boy gets up now and throws his now empty coffee cup back in the trash as he makes his way back to his seat. I think you don't watch one too many of them videos. Mess your head like a lot of young guys your age. Then he drops his old butt back in his chair and sits like he wants to pause or something. I look around, everybody watching now, everybody, the guards and all. Man, I really don't like this dude. I mean, I really don't like him. So I try to set him straight. My head not messed up. Your problem is you too old. I laugh as I turn my chair away from him. As far as I was concerned, this conversation is over. I turn my chair, now sitting with my back to Johnny Boy. I now face our now captive audience, shake my head, and point over him with my thumb and say, niggas. Niggas. Now that woke old boy up. He leans forward and repeats the word after me, saying, niggas, niggas. Now I heard the word about 100 times, but the way he said it was different. The way he said it was filled with pain. It felt like it had weight. I hear the word nigga at least a few thousand times a day, but I never heard it said the way he said it. Johnny Boy is now upset. He points his bony finger right at my back. He points that bony finger so hard in the air, I can almost feel it. So much so that the pressure of that finger forces me to turn around. When I do, he speaks to me. This time, there was a pleading and a desperation in his voice, with that finger still hanging in his head in the air. He said, that's another thing. Why do you keep calling yourself that? I hate that word. Don't you know people marched, protested, and died so we don't have to be called an ugly name anymore? Then he questions me. Let me ask you something. Where did niggas come from anyway? Now, he can't be serious. I never heard someone ask a question so ridiculous in my life. I respond to the question the only way I can with a laugh. Where did niggas come from? Where did niggas come from? As I question him in disbelief. Yeah, where did niggas come from? I mean, there ain't no nigga planet. There's no nation of niggerdom. You can't find it on the map. Now, every race of people on the planet got a place of origin. Everybody except niggers. Because niggers ain't a race of people. Niggerdom was made up, I tell you. Niggerdom is a made-up ideological system designed to keep men down. Niggerdom don't exist nowhere on this planet but in a man's mind. Made up, I tell you. It's made up in imagination. Now, you know what the Bible tells me to do with imagination? He stands up to make his point. He makes a sweeping motion with his hand, as he said emphatically, cast it down. Cast it down, I tell you. Cast it down to the pits of hell where it came from. Now, what I really don't understand is why you young people want to hold on to a name you ain't even come up with. I hate that word. People were hung from trees because of that word. People were burnt alive and castrated because of that word. Little girls were blown apart while they were getting ready for Sunday school, all because of that word. Don't you know about the Freedom Riders, Rosa Parks, Medgar Evers, Emmett Till? He pauses and thinks about what I just said, as if the words and his passion have fallen on deaf ears. But then he gathers himself and he tries again. This time, his attention is not just on me, but everybody in the cell block. He surveys the whole cell block to make sure that he has everyone's attention before he speaks. He sounds like he got a really bad taste in his mouth, and he stares everybody down, guards and all. Then he spits out that nasty taste out of his mouth. Like I said, I hate that word. And you young people now use it more than the KKK. He waves his bony finger back and forth from one side of the cell block to the other. Nigger this and nigger that. Johnny Boy just stands in the middle of the cell block looking like he just dropped some science on us. Now I just about had it with this old dude. So I set him straight. I mean, I really set him straight. I yell real loud because I know I got his butt now. First of all, it ain't nigger. I spell it out for him, N-I-G-G-E-R. It's nigger, I say. And before I can get the words out, everybody in the cell block, and I mean everybody from the inmates to the guards, spell it out with me in unison, N-I-G-G-A. Everybody laughs. Johnny Boy should have left well enough alone, but he crossed the line, and I laughed at him too, for his butt. What he don't know is I know they marched. I know they were spit upon. I know they were set afire. What he don't know is I don't care. That's why I don't care. Like I said before, it ain't 1963. And I tell him good, yeah, I know, old man. But what you fail to realize is I don't care. So I spell it out for him again, N-I-G-G-A. You hear what I said, nigga? N-I-G-G-A. Johnny Boy stands there with everybody laughing. Everybody, even his newfound friend Shirley is laughing. Johnny Boy sits there and holds his spot. Can I continue reading?
Yeah, go ahead, man.
He doesn't move. He waits until the laughter stops. And what the hell is the difference, he says loudly. And what the hell is the difference? He asks again for a second. What the hell is the difference? It's the way you say it, I shout back. The way you said it, Johnny Boy says with disbelief. Yeah, the way you said it, I said. I still can't believe it either. Neither do most of the people on the cell block. I guess school is back in session. I start to explain. Like, that's my nigga over there. I point to Tony. Or me and that nigga type while I point to Larry. I look around. I got him now. As everybody in the cell block begins to nod their head in agreement. Yeah, I got him now. Johnny Boy waits a second, then he makes his rounds to me, to the still smiling faces of our audience. This nigga ain't no good, he points to me first. Now pointing to Tony, says, I hope this nigga ain't trying to move and get a job around here. Moving to Larry, you niggas should have stayed in Africa. You niggas don't belong in this neighborhood that he targets you longer. And I hope this nigga ain't my baby daddy, as he points over to Shirley. The now smiling faces start to slowly leave the faces. He goes full circle and makes his way back and a final comment. I don't want no niggas marrying my daughter. Now ain't nobody laughing, nobody smiling. Everybody's quiet, everybody. The only thing I could hear was the sound of my own thoughts. I thought about the statements he made to each of us. Even if I didn't want to admit it, it hurt a little bit. What am I lying for? Some of them things hurt a lot. But the only thought that kept ringing in my ear the loudest and the clearest was he didn't say nigger, N-I-G-G-E-R. He said the way I always say it, N-I-G-G-A. He said nigger. Now, what am I supposed to do with that? I say nothing. I don't answer back. I don't address the awkward uncomfortableness that's now in the room. I do what I always do. I try to make a joke out of it. I didn't expect you to understand because you're too old. Ding, saved by the bell. Everybody laughs and is also relieved and thankful for that laugh. It saved all of us from the horrible place of having to look at ourselves. Like the lady said, ain't nobody got time for that. Yeah, I was the hero right then. Even though nobody in the cell block would ever admit it, they were glad I busted up Johnny Boy's groove. They were glad. All of them was glad. Mama said I didn't know how to leave well enough alone. I didn't know when I was winning and just to walk away. You already know I didn't take my mama's advice too much. Mama also said I was hard-headed. So I take another swing at them. This time I speak for everybody as their new appointed leader. Look, man, I didn't expect you to understand. Like I said, you're too old. Anyway, we don't change the meaning of the word. So you changed it, Johnny Boy says. Yeah, we changed the meaning of the word. I said while looking around at everybody. Everybody's nodding their head in agreement. I'm the leader now. What's that thing they used to say? Yeah, I'm the head nigga in charge. That's right, I'm the head nigga in charge. Johnny Boy makes his way back to the table and sits down. You can tell by the look on his face he's not defeated. I got to give him credit. This joke is tough. He now had a smirk on his face like he's about to ask a question he already knows the answer to. Johnny Boy points to the only white guy in the room, Frankie. He's the guy working in the booth who, by the way, overheard everything while we were talking. Well, I guess he ain't got to hit the bootleg man up today. He got himself a free show. So you mean to tell me if that white CEO over there was to say, come here, was to come over here and say, hey, nigga, get your sorry behind over here, you wouldn't get mad? That's different, I say. How, he asked. It's a question I couldn't quite answer. I don't know why it was different. It was just different. And everybody knew that. Everybody except for this old fool. I looked up toward the booth now. Even that white boy was laughing. All right, the joke is over. This mess ain't funny no more. Everything in me went just to bust that old man right in his face. Man, did I want to hit him. Why was he trying to make a fool out of me? Out of us. Out of niggas. Don't he know he wanted to?
That's powerful, man. And that is the most controversial word, like you said, in the English language. Man, that's powerful, Gary. So, Gary, tell me, why this project? What influenced you to do this project?
Because I had to look at myself. I went to school with a predominantly white school, and I roomed with 5 guys, Caucasian guys. And I remember we would walk the beach having a great time. Somebody would ride around the corner and yell out nigga in front of us and just keep riding. That would mess up my whole day. So I had to start looking at myself and say, why would I respond to this word? Something inside of me identified with it. Or why did I still identify with it? Why did I still let it have power over me? So I started investigating it and finding out that this word does influence a lot of us. A lot of us don't realize it, that it controls our lives and it limits us as to where we think we can go and what we can do. Also, the other thing is that the word nigga, N-I-G-G-A, has crossed racial lines. It has now become a word that is used by Filipinos, by Hispanics. The only problem with the word nigga, N-I-G-G-A, is that people tend to think that it identifies a race of people, black people. And when the Filipinos and when the Spanish people are using it, what they're doing is they're role playing. They're not believing that that's who they are. They're role playing because they watched a rap video or they watched something on TV, so they're role playing and they're acting out. And what our youth
hip hop, they're playing it like it's hip hop.
Yeah. Our youth believe that this is their race now. This is the first generation of African Americans who actually believe that nigga, N-I-G-G-A, or nigga, N-I-G-G-E-R, is their race. They've embraced it wholesale. And because of the embracing of it wholesale, you have to embrace all of it, even the negative parts of it. You can't, because we use it as a term of endearment in certain circles, but other times we use it just as vilely as the Ku Klux Klan. We'll use that word on each other to defame each other or to bring each other down.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, man, I remember, in the streets of Baltimore, man. I mean, we lived in a pretty nice, middle-class neighborhood. There was a lot of kids. Some of the kids were from, Section 8 single-family households. And there was, those boys, moms went around or had the window open listening to what they were saying out their mouth. When they cursed, it was like they're part of the slang. Of course, hip-hop wasn't the word back in the 60s. But it was more like being slick was the word, being cool. You got your cornrows, you got your pants hanging down, and, your T-shirt on, and your Nikes, and that was just part of that, that little, swagger we had. But I know my mom was, like, really totally against it. She was a school teacher. Well, she wasn't a school teacher at the time, but she was like, she was always home, always had the door open. And she said she never wanted to hear that word come out our mouth. My brother and I, and we never did. I used to feel bad if I even tried to say it. Those guys, they used it so loosely. They used it before they even said the guy's name. It was like that was your name.
But right now, the word is the most use pronoun. It's used more than any other noun to describe a man. That is amazing. It's used more than any other pronoun in the English language to describe a male. And that's sad. And think about it. I was interviewed by another person, and I told them that it's sad that we don't see anything wrong with it. But any other race, if you would defame them in that kind of way or use a racial slur as a form of entertainment, they would protest. But we don't.
Yep.
So something's wrong with that.
Right. Yeah, man. Fight break out, man. Yeah, just like, we saw a couple of hip-hop movies, and they have like a white guy, tagging along with them, and then here be having fun, everybody laughing and joking, and soon he slip up and say the word, everybody, the room goes quiet. I mean, quiet, like a pen could drop.
But that's totally hypocritical. If you're going to put it like that, and you're going to call yourself that, and you're going to call yourself that in public, and then you get mad because somebody else uses the same word to describe you when you use that yourself, is totally hypocritical. The reason, yeah, what you said?
Crazy, man. So let me ask you this, man. If you had a conversation right now with the good Dr. King, what you think he would say back to you, man?
Well, he would say, what he would say is that he died for us to have freedom, okay? And if you read my book, I am not telling people not to use the N-word. What I am telling them to do is to understand what it means. Because like I said in my book, people change the meaning of it from moment to moment. And what Dr. King would say is that if I choose not to use it, or I choose not to describe myself that way, what's sad about it is other African Americans will call you a sellout. And that is bondage. And Dr. King did not die for bondage. African Americans trying to put titles or descriptions on what blackness is just as much bondage as white people telling us what we're supposed to be. So I would think Dr. King add to it by saying that this has become another form of bondage. Because if young people are coming up and they don't use the N-word in everyday conversation, their peers will tell them that they're sellouts and they're not acting black enough. And we let people describe us.
Yeah. Now I was going to ask you in your research, let's talk about Africa a little bit, the streets of Africa, because the kids they're in the street playing soccer. Is it used loosely in like Nigeria, place?
It's used loosely in places that are westernized, places that have embraced the hip-hop culture. But if you go into the mainstream culture, they will tell you that they're not, and they don't identify with that. I spoke with an African. I have a friend who's African, and he told me he can't understand us. He said, I don't understand why you guys would defame yourselves, would bring yourselves down. And most other people around the world look at us and think that we're crazy and we've lost our mind. Because we've taken the place of a Ku Klux Klan. We insult ourselves. I remember I saw a video years ago about a Ku Klux Klan rally, and the Grand Dragon made a speech that he did not want his children to mix with black people because they would create a mongrel race. All they think about is partying, making babies, and being violent. And if you look at most of the African Americans in the hip-hop community, and this is going to get me in trouble, it always does, and we are portrayed as bad fathers who produce babies. We don't take care of them. We are violent, and we like to party. That's what is portrayed. That's it. And as long as you're able to do those things, then you are a real nigga. If you're not able to do those, then you're not. And the sad part about it is that there are black people who are pushing this program, who are pushing this message. It's no longer coming from Grand Dragon's pulpit. It's coming out of our communities, and it is affecting our children. And what I'm trying to say is that this subculture has now become an identifying mark in the African American community. When white people or Spanish people or Asian people think of the word nigga, that's what they think of, the N-I-G-G-A. They think of the party, not making babies. And even in the African American community, the same thing. And as I said, I know my message is not popular. I know that.
I feel, because this conversation can go deep, because I work with the health department, and I remember some of the problems that were going on in some parts of Baltimore City where it was low income and low poverty levels. the houses that were rented had high elevated levels of lead paint in them, and they were something chemically went wrong with the paint after 20 years, and it would break down an environment. And what was happening it was that the females, when they absorbed the lead got into their body, it went into their bones, some kind of way the bones held the lead. And then when when the women were pregnant and they were having males, the lead would release to the male babies, and then what it would do, it attacks the brain cells. So they found out, like in areas of Baltimore City, like Douglas High School was an example. We found out it was a high rate. They wanted to know what was going on, why these young boys were doing well in elementary school, middle school, but then when it was time to go to high school, they were so far behind in their learning that they just dropped out by the 9th and 10th grade, and they found out that these kids had high elevated levels of lead paint, but they weren't just getting it in the house alone from eating it. It just waited a certain period of time before it released itself and started eating up their brain cells, and these guys weren't able to learn, do anything with themselves to get a decent paying job, and next thing you know, they were in the streets forming gangs and stuff like that. So that was a study that was going on, man. And so I feel so bad because those guys end up and had nowhere to go but down, and a lot of them were locked up for getting in trouble just because they were trying to survive, you know.
And it's the same. That analogy you used about the lead paint is the same thing. I think it is more sad that a message or an ideology is being preached and absorbed into our culture, and it is having the same. It is causing people to not be able to stay gainfully employed, not be able to hold on a job, not be able to take care of their children. It's having the same effect, and as a matter of fact, it's affecting more than the people that are in the housing projects. Because I heard about that same study. It is affecting children, middle class. We have middle class children who want to be gangsters. We have kids whose parents work real hard. They pull them down $80,000 a year, got them in a nice suburban home, and the kid wants to be a gangster because of culture that's being pushed out there.
Yeah. And the thing about it is some of the guys in the gangs don't even want to be gangsters no more. They want to live a normal life. But, you know, you think about some of the opportunities out here. I'm like, for example, this show. I don't know how many times I have an author on this show I had a guy who was in jail for more than 17 years. And he just couldn't wait till he got out. He wanted to pen. He just wanted to pen his life. And this guy found out he had a natural writing, his ability, his talent. And now he owns his own publishing company, and he has other people under him making a lot of money. I mean, some of those guys on Facebook flashing dollars from book sales. So it's just like, and it was I was thinking about you before you got on the show. When we was talking about, I was thinking about some of the opportunities that our black men miss, because they don't want to be creative. Then I said, wow, maybe they can't. Maybe it's something that's so messed up in them. Because if you ever talk to some of the guys that are drug lords, they have guys that's slow working for them. They can't even be a street dealer. They just only could be a lookout. That's as far as they can go. So if that's all you could do on the street, what else he can't even work in a store because he can't count money. He don't know how to work the cash register. They just could sit and play video games, because they just watch. They're used to watching, looking at images. I don't know, man. It's just so deep, bro. This thing, man, you gonna do a documentary, man?
No. I'm still trying to push the book. I'm still trying to push this message. As I said, it's not popular. The sad thing about it is my Caucasian brothers are buying the book more than the African American people, and finding that they like it. I get rave reviews from the book because the book is not about what people think about. It's not about African Americans in a sense. It's about being described by one word. Because one of my readers, that's one of the reviews she gave. She says, "What I learned from the book is how horrible it is to be described by one word." And this young lady was, and she's saying that the African American people have been reduced to one word. We don't want to admit it, and we cannot. I have a quote in my book that says that if we are being abused, and if we are being downtrodden, and if we are being, hurt in any way by an oppressor or being oppressed, we cannot expect our oppressors to free us. We must, to voluntarily free us, we must find the strength to free ourselves. And we have been waiting around, Dr. King, for oppressors to free us. And we are constantly putting our foot on our own neck. And we will not take that foot off. By having conversations like this, I've had conversations like this with a lot of people, and I get a backlash from this. I get a backlash like, come on, man, it ain't that deep. Come on, man, you're talking about hip-hop. Come on, man. And the bottom line is that foot is doing more damage to us than the Klan ever did, and did Jim Crow did. And now we're on Martin Luther King's birthday, and we're talking about this issue. This is the number one issue. People keep talking about, what's going on in our communities, why brothers are killing themselves. They're killing themselves because of this. That's why they kill themselves, because about Black Lives Matter, they don't matter to other black people. And until they matter to other black people, we'll keep on pulling that trigger. And they do not matter. People shoot down another brother in a second, not bat an eye.
Yeah, man. This kind of subject is deep, man, because then you think about, who's the real enemy? We're enemies to ourselves. I was sitting in an auditorium today listening to this professor. Well, he's actually a president of a college, university. And I think he said it was like his 10th university. He's been president, something like that. And he gave a wonderful presentation on Dr. King, having a conversation with Dr. King and, and how it went, and he was saying, here, this guy, he has 3 degrees. He got on the elevator in a luxury condominium building where he lives, where he pays probably what some of us pay, like twice, for our mortgage, and with a receptionist that's there around the clock. And he was on the elevator. Said he was dressed down. He had his, not dressed down, but he was hooked. He said he had his Brooks Brothers suit on. He had his dress hat on tip. He had his, his nice coat, his Kenneth Cole briefcase. His shoes were shining. He said the elevator door opened, and this white woman was attempting to get on, and she stopped and backed up and didn't get on the elevator. And he's like, like, whoa, what's up? Then he, the door closed. He said, are you getting on? Do you need this elevator? She said, I'll wait for the next one. And he said, oh, okay. So he went on up. He got up there. He said he was so upset. He went down to see the reception. He said, did you see what happened? And she said, yeah, I was looking at the monitor, and I saw this woman back up. Did somebody have a dog on the elevator? He said, no, I was on the elevator. She said, what? He said, there was no dog. It was just me. And the woman, she said, oh, my God. And she apologized. She said, this happened in November. He said, this receptionist still apologized to him. Dude, that's crazy. And then thinking about what you're talking about now, the world still, it's like it's just so messed up, man.
The world still views us as violent thugs. And if we are to dispel that myth, having images constantly bombarding the TV stations and the radio stations is not helping our cause. Of course, this woman is a racist, but of course she believes a myth that all black men are violent and vicious. But what in the world are we doing to dispel that myth? No, we pouring gasoline on the fire. We keeping it going. We're constantly pushing that we're violent and that we're thugs and that you should be afraid of us.
Yeah, man. And he was actually looking, rather dapper that day. He was looking like a safe brother,
It doesn't make a difference. If you push out that image over and over and over again, they're going to see anybody of color to be violent and to be they see on TV. I had the same discussion with someone I went to a college and they had me lecturing in college, and I made the argument that if you have a white person who does not interact with blacks every day, and the only interaction they have with blacks is the TV set, of course that's going to be the image that they have in their head. It's just like when I was growing up in Brooklyn, and we used to go to the movie theater and we saw the Kung Fu movies, the 7 Deadly Venom and all that stuff. When we saw a Chinese guy, we thought all Chinese guys knew how to do karate because we didn't have interaction with these guys in our neighborhood. So the only interaction we had was that movie theater. And the only interaction that some white people have is the TV. And as long as we allow that image to portray us and we say nothing, we are kicking our own self in the behind. And again, we're stepping on up.
That's right. That's right, man. And he said he was not wearing his hoodie. That was the name of his presentation. I said, man, long way to go, man, our own country, man. But
see, the thing about it is, and I don't know how much time we have, but the thing about it is that we still keep waiting for somebody to rescue us. Listen to the conversation that we're having today. These are things that we can do, and we don't have to ask the white man or the Chinese man or anybody to do this. We can do this for ourselves, but we refuse to do that. And then we whine and cry about people not setting us free. I'm tired of being a victim. I don't know about anybody else. I'm tired of being a victim. I'm sick and tired of marching around. I'm sick and tired of begging somebody to give me something that's my right. And it's my right as a man to be a man. And as a man, it's my right to say how I'm defined and how I am represented in this country. And I don't like the way I'm defined and represented in this country. And I'm going to keep speaking out about it. And that is my way of gaining my freedom. I'm not going to sit and whine and protest and march and wait for somebody to free me when I can free myself.
Mm-hmm. Man, I was talking to a friend of mine, and basically we were talking about the relationship that African Americans have with other races. He said, well, Asian people are not afraid. They set up their businesses. They live with us. They take our money. They send their kids to big colleges, and they become, IT specialists and doctors and stuff. And they don't have no problem. He said, well, why are white people afraid of us? I said, maybe one day they think we might just wake up one day and rise and say, hey, give us back what we built, So maybe they just waiting for that day, I don't know, man.
Most of them are not afraid of us. Most of them don't care nothing about us. We're irrelevant to them.
Yeah, no respect. That's right.
Most of them are not afraid of us. We're just irrelevant. The reason that the Asians come into our community is not that they're not afraid of us. They use us because they can make money. We'll give our money to anybody. We don't care. We just won't give it to each other. We'll give it to anybody else. That's why they come in our neighborhoods.
That's right. They sure do, man. They have no problem setting up shop,
Because we don't spend.
All right, man, we can ready to take a quick break, man, and we come back, we're going to get your final thoughts, and we appreciate you coming on here. It's Gary Scott. Great book, must read, Redefining the N-Word. Oh, yeah, before we hit this break, man, and I think you was talking a little bit about it, but you got a little muffled when you started out. What is the origin of the N-Word for those of us that don't have no idea?
Well, my book is about N-I-G-G-A. There's two different words in that book. One of them is N-I-G-E-R, which is nigga, and the other one is nigger and N-I-G-G-A. The N-I-G-G-A we came up with, okay? The nigger came up with white people who were in the South who could not pronounce the word Negro, and it became a slur that they used to describe us, to demean us. But nigger is self-imposed. We've imposed it on ourselves. But the sad problem is it has the same negative impact as the word nigger has had on our community.
Yeah, but you sure, man, that we didn't come up with that word ourselves, man? Because, we come up with some stuff, man. And
no, I said
take it and run with it.
we came up with the word, but the word has the same power. For instance, if you just said it earlier, if a white guy says the word N-I-G-G-A, we want to fight. Why? Because it's healthy. Because it has the same power that the word N-I-G-G-E-R has. And we know it does. We can play around all we want to. We know good and well it does. It has the same power. And if a white person uses it, we get upset.
Mm-hmm. Hey, did you see that documentary that's out there now called, oh, man, I meant to have that with me, too. It's called A Color of Something. Got Tariq is producing it. Brother got a podcast. He got some money to get him producing a book. It's on YouTube, some of it, not all of it, but it's pretty expensive. It costs $50. I think it's called A Color of Something. I know it's about $50 on Amazon. Man, that book, that was a pretty deep documentary. I didn't get to see the whole thing, just bits and pieces of it, but that's a good piece for people, because one of the things I've heard before, and I remember, I think when Alex Haley did Roots, that our people, the Africans, were actually the first that were capturing slaves that were selling them.
Yeah, it was
slavery. Yeah, I have kind of completely forgotten about that.
And
Africans turned them onto it.
Africans owned slaves in this country. People don't know that. Black people own white people and black people. There was white people who were indentured service, and there were black people who were slaves, and there were Africans who owned other Africans in this country. But nobody, people don't want to study history, but that was in history. That black people participated in slavery in this country, not just in Africa.
Yeah, because a lot of people were paying for their way to live in the States so they could work. Yeah, that still goes on.
Yeah, it does.
Yeah, man. All right, man, we're going to take this break, and when we come back, we're going to get your final thoughts, all right? Gary Scott, and author of Redefining the N-Word. All right, hold tight, everybody. Episode Book Buzz.
Think you know how drugs get in those little brown bottles? Think again. Set in the green hills of western New Jersey, inside the gilded halls of power of a U.S. pharmaceutical company where decisions are worth billions of dollars and human lives worth less. Nicholas Harding, a young executive at Marshall Pharmaceutical, finds his career, family, and life in jeopardy. The Farmhouse, a suspense thriller novel by Bill Powers, published by Donna Inc. Publications, available at Amazon.com or DonnaInc.org. Go to Bill's webpage at www.author.BillPowers.com.
All right. That's Bill Powers. Check out. That's a powerful book. Powerful about the pharmaceutical industry. That's industry is something else, boy. Whoa, man. You don't want to work there anymore. All right, man. We talking to Gary Scott. He's our guest tonight on Jerry Royce Live Worldwide, Redefining the N-Word. Your final thoughts, sir?
Well, my final thoughts is that I want everybody to know that I have made the book free. The book is usually $5.99 for an ebook. I have made the book free. I believe in the message. I believe that this needs to go out. So right now, your listening audience can go to any of their favorite distributors. They can go to Kindle, Amazon, iBooks, and download the book for free. I'll have it free for about a month or so. I want to get it into as many hands as possible. I think the message is powerful. Also, this book is not deep. It is a novel. It's a story. It is something that is very entertaining. It is not doctrinal. It is not like a thesis. It is a very entertaining. You'll laugh. You'll cry. You'll have a good time. The characters are funny. They're real. You'll see somebody in that book that you know. But at the end of that book, it will change your perception about the word, and it will change your life. I guarantee you that you can't read this book and it not have an impact on you.
That's right. I got my download copy. Can't wait to get this weekend so I can get started on it, man. All right. Okay. That's Gary Scott, everybody. Support that brother. He just said it's free on a download. Gary, are you planning to do any touring, the spring through the fall? Book tours are big on the East Coast. I know there's a few going on in the Midwest, further
I'm
south.
trying to find something this way, man. If you got some means of me doing that or some people that I can contact, I am definitely interested in trying to do some book tours. I've done a few of the book signings down here, and I've done a few lectures in colleges, and they all were very well received. So I would love to go on the East Coast. That's where I'm from. Like I said, I'm from Harlem, so I would love to go down the East Coast. That'd be fantastic.
Yeah. So where are you living at now?
I'm in Jacksonville, Florida. I've been there for about 19 years.
Oh, okay. All right, you're in Florida now. Yeah, well, 2-hour flight. Yeah, I was just telling my guest before. I said around September, a lot of the book festivals get kind of like back-to-back weekends. You get the Harlem Book Festival, then I think Baltimore Book Festival comes up, and then I think the D.C. and then Bowie. And you're talking about pretty much the same flood of authors are hitting all of them up around the same time. They kind of make a little 1-month tour out of it. And I think it is most of September, if I'm not mistaken, after Labor Day. So you have to go out there and Google book tours on the East Coast and find out how to schedule it. Because I think everybody's already scheduled because of the hotels and everything. So check it out. All right, man. We appreciate having you on Jerry Royce Live, man. Really, really, really glad you were able to accept our invite, man. All right?
All right.
Gary, I tell people all the time, man. All the time. I said, when you want to hear the good stuff, the real good stuff, you have to listen to Jerry Royce Live on PositivePower21.org and Spreaker.com Facebook.com/Positive Power 21. Take care, everybody. Have an awesome week. And again, happy birthday to Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. May he still rest in peace. Take care. Thank you for tuning in to Jerry Royce Live on PositivePower21.org and Spreaker.com/Positive Power 21. This is a Royce Enterprises production. And don't forget about replay on Facebook.com/Jerry Royce Live. All right. Have an awesome week, everybody. Enjoy your weekend. Go Colts. Beat that Brady lady.
Hi. This is your girl Cotton, the softest voice in poetry. And when I'm online, I listen to Jerry Royce live worldwide on PositivePower21.org. You should be listening to Jerry Royce Live.
Hey, how's it going, everybody? My name is Devon-Callahan. I am the author of I Name. It is scheduled to drop March 2015, and I am on Jerry Royce Live World Drive.
You are listening to PositivePower21.org with Jerry Royce.
What up? It's your boy Kano Kingston.
Hi, this is Angel Sessions.
Hey, this is Pat. Hi, I'm Teresa Cowell.
Hi, Jerry. This is Ira Sandra Carter.
Hi, this is Phil Powers.
Hello, this is Teresa Bobby with Jerry Royce Live.
Hi, I'm Philip Barron. I'm live on the Jerry Royce Show. Hey, what it do? It's your boy Houston Saint.
Peace, this is Dahlia the poet, spoken word artist.
Hello, this is Lamar Marquise with Jerry Royce Live.
All right, everyone. You got Robin Lynn, and I'm keeping it live right now on Jerry Royce Live.
Hey, what's going on, everybody? What's up? This is award-winning podcast with the greatest podcast on earth. Thank you for stopping by. I'm your host, Jerry Royce Live worldwide on internet radio, where you get your positive on. So when it's all positive, it's all power. That's positive power. This is a worldwide podcast for growth, wealth, and success. Thank you.
Think you know how drugs get in those little brown bottles? Think again. Set in the green hills of western New Jersey, inside the gilded halls of power of a U.S. pharmaceutical company where decisions are worth billions of dollars and human lives worth less. Nicholas Hardy, a young executive at Marshall Pharmaceutical, finds his career, family, and life in jeopardy. The Farmhouse, a suspense thriller novel by Bill Powers, published by Donna Inc. Publications, available at Amazon.com or DonnaInc.org. Go to Bill's webpage at www.author.BillPowers.com.
Are you looking for the next great read? A book filled with love, passion, betrayal, and intrigue. The award-winning novel, Season of Change, by Tamika Patrice Kane, is sure to satisfy your literary sweet tooth. Check out this must-read book reviewers are calling uplifting and emotional, and exceptionally great read, deeply intense and thought-provoking. Order your copy today, available in paperback and ebook on Amazon.com or at www.tamikapatrice.com.
Are you an author looking for promotional services or a reader looking for a great read at low prices? In this competitive world of books, Writing Royalty Promotions is dedicated to bringing authors and readers together to build a greater respect for literature through our various promotional services and online bookstore. So head over to WritingRoyaltyPromotions.com and check us out.
Thank you, everybody. Thank you for joining us, and welcome to PositivePower21.org. I am Jerry Royce Live, and our book buzz sponsor tonight, that's right, for this big show with devon-callahan, author of I Name, our book buzz sponsor is Darlene Rucker Williams, so stand by for her commercial break.
What do you give to a person who has everything? Hi, I'm Darlene Rucker-Wood, and I am the owner of Stylish and Stellar Gifts by Dar. I get this question all of the time. At Stylish and Stellar Gifts by Dar, we specialize in customizing gifts for people and pets too. Our gifts are original and one of a kind. Not only do we deliver, we ship as well. We work according to your budget and your theme. We have gifts for all things, including baby showers, sports teams, get well, bridal, birthdays, pets, just because, and that's just to name a few. So let Stylish and Stellar Gifts by Dar take the worry out of your gift giving today and also for the holidays. Our website is www.stylishandstellar.com, and our phone number is 443-682-5664.
Hi, this is Angel Sessions, and when I'm in town, I listen to Jerry Royce live, positivepower21.org, where they play my favorite music.
All right. Tonight we got devon-callahan. He's from the district. My man he had a book out called Nappy is Good. He released in 2005, which started his writing career. He started off with a collection of short stories and poems. Then in 2006, he came up with a book called Fire and Rain, which was his second book and his first novel. And then he came back again. Let's see. He said he came up with, I think he took a break. Okay. He said he can handle a relationship with a professional female boxer. So he wrote about it and published it in 2011. All right, so he wrote a book in 2011. But in 2012, he said he took a break and decided to do a follow-up to Nappy is Good with an exclusive ebook, Nappy is Better. 3 years later, this novel is promised to be his most seductive yet gripping novel yet. So he got a book out called I Name. This erotic thriller is full of up and non-stop action. His star detective Shannon Lau races to catch a serial killer. All right, ladies and gentlemen, devon-callahan. Welcome to the show, Devon. How you doing, sir?
I'm good, brother. How you doing?
I'm good, man. I'm good. And the first question for you, Devon, coming out of the gates, man, because I know we've been friends for a long time, and we need to know what you up to. It's been a while. So we're going to ask you, who is devon-callahan?
Man, who is devon-callahan, man? Well, I say I'm a lot of things. I'm a writer, Jerry. You know that. Like you say, we've been friends for quite a while. I've been a writer for a little over 10 years, book author. And I'm looking to get into screenwriting too. But currently, I say for like the last 2.5 years, man, I've been a leadership coach, a leadership mentor, and that's been pretty time consuming. And I mean, it's taken away from my writing because you know, Jerry, I used to be boom, boom, man, with my writing. But you know, I think this is a little bit more rewarding, man. You know, I can take breaks in between, and I can give people, you know, just pointers and just teach people basic leadership, man. That's a gift that keeps on giving.
That's right, man. Now, Devon, I remember when I met you, man, you were in the military, and then I remember you got out, got in your writing, and then you went back in. So where are you right now? Are you part-time,
Fort
full-time?
Sill, Oklahoma.
You living in Oklahoma? Are you full-time?
Yeah.
Oh, okay, so you still in there. Okay, you still there. All right. Decided to get that retirement check, huh?
I got a year to go, Jerry.
Wow, man, that is awesome, man. Yeah, you know what? Because one of my good friends, man, he living in Texas, him and his family, he just retired like 2 years ago. He got his time, man, and then they actually hired him as a contractor, so he's still there, you know, doing the same job. Man, that's awesome, man. 1 more year, man. So you're gonna come out, or you're gonna continue to work with them, maybe as a contractor?
Well, I'm thinking about working on the contractor side because, like I said, I love what I do, man. There's nothing more rewarding than this. And then on the side, too, you know, I still do my public speaking, and working in this arena has really helped me with my public speaking skills.
Yeah. So you got the family out there with you?
Oh, yeah, man. I got the family out here with me, man. I got remarried about a year ago. I got my daughter. She's with me. She's 13. And, man, it's good, man. It's just cold as I don't know what here. But other than that, we good.
Wow. Well, so you remarried? Get out of here, man. Because if I can remember correctly, I think that's how I met you was through your first wife, right? Rhonda. Wasn't that her name, Rhonda?
Indeed, that's it.
Wow. So how's she doing?
She's pretty good, man. She's pretty good. I mean, we had some property. We just dissolved that not too long ago. But, I mean, everything's good, man. Amicable relationship, mutual respect. I mean, everything's pretty good.
Yeah, because she was a businesswoman, so she's still rocking the business and everything? She's still doing that?
Jerry, I think she slowed down just a little bit, man. Her children are graduating from high school and stuff. I think she just changed focus just a little bit. But, she's still who she is,
Yeah, it's good, man. Wow, yeah, it's been a while, man, because you guys kind of dropped off the face of the earth just like I did. I remember when you went back in the military, I didn't hear too much from you, and then I joined the government, and that was all she wrote. And then I just lost contact with everybody that I met through Yahoo groups, and I think that's how I met Rhonda, too, is through Yahoo groups. That was the social media of I guess, what was that, like the early 2000s or something like that? Yeah, like 2005 and 6. Yep. Oh man. Yeah. All right, man. Good to see you back, man. Huh?
Yeah. And I remember, man. She talked to me. She said, "Hey, I know this great guy, man. He has an entrepreneur business letter that he does every month." She said, "Maybe you could talk to him. You could write for him." And I said, "Yeah." I remember that, man. That was a pretty good magazine, man. The Del Marvin magazine, man. The Rock?
Yeah, the Del Mar, yep. The Delaware, Virginia, Maryland, yep. The Rock News magazine, man. Yeah, it's still out there, man. It's still out there.
Oh, is it?
Yep. We left it out there, man. 'Cause a lot of people said they needed that, to help them with their, getting writing gigs and stuff. And we just left it out there, man, for the grandkids, for my father's grandkids to look at. 'Cause he's pretty proud of that product, man. That was like his first big business venture. So, we left it out there. 'Cause, we still got a few hard copies around. But actually, man, we're in a museum, man. We actually published it in a museum right in my dad's hometown. Yep, right on the Eastern Shore of Maryland. Yep. Trying to get in the Reginald Lewis Museum, you have to get into another museum before they will accept you in their museum. So I think that was the next step my brother had to take. I think he had to wait after a year or so, something like that. So we'll be there soon, man. Big Reginald Lewis, man. We'll be published right there. So that'd be exciting.
That's good stuff. Yeah.
Yeah, man. All right. So, dude, you've been rocking it, man. Back in the military, doing leadership. Tell us a little bit about this leadership training that you're giving people. Tell us a little bit about that.
Man. Well, like I said, Jerry, I mean, when I'm talking about basic leadership, man, I'm talking about basic leadership. And it's some people refer to it as a developmental coach. So when you're talking about training, you're talking about building team building, and you're talking about building small groups, actually showing them the basic fundamentals as to how to influence people. I mean, because you think about leadership, Jerry, it's about influence more than anything. How can you influence someone to do what you know needs to be done? And then on top of that influence, with that type of influence, man, a different type of influence, a different mindset to have people on your agenda, and then actually spread that knowledge, spread that wealth of knowledge to other people so that it just keeps on giving. So it's kind of like the trainer type thing, you know what I mean?
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Now, I just graduated out of a leadership development program with the federal government. It was like 18 months. It was grueling, man. It was like boot camp, man. With the reading, the testing, working on the different leadership styles, different types of people. Everybody's, so different, man. You're dealing with the ones about to retire. You got people just coming into the government, private industry type folks, lazy folks, hardworking folks, you name it. Preparing a leader. What's one of the first things you'll tell a new leader? When you get them under your wing.
Well, the first thing we do, man, we like to provide myself personally, I like to provide a personality test, because I think before you can lead anybody, you have to know about yourself. And a lot of people think they know who they are there, but I mean, the true self and the leadership self is completely different, because when you're talking about the leadership self, you have to make ethical decisions. I mean, the decisions that you make, the hard decisions you make when there's no regulation present. There's no one telling you exactly what to do, and you have to make a judgment call from the gut that's actually going to affect somebody's career. or could potentially affect somebody's career. But, you know, like I said, the personality test is a good tool because people learn more about themselves. And then to learn about themselves, they have to be honest. That's the only way that it's going to work, because you can identify your character flaws or your leadership flaws within that exam. And then if you're honest with yourself, you can use those tools. We have tools in place to help them become better. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah. Wow. And that's exactly what they did with us, man. I think we took like 2 or 3 of those tests, you know. And you're right. You find out who you are, who you really are. And it's funny because I always thought I was too nice of a guy to be a manager, you know. But it turned out that's what people want. You know, when they find out that they can live with you and they want to work hard for you, man, it's like they became the best workers, man. They already knew their job. They just needed some adjustment, you know, something in their favor, you know. So when they finally got somebody that was, you know, kind and warm-hearted and thoughtful and giving, they were excited about that because they never had that before. They always had those bullies and people who were just using leadership positions to, you know, the grade hop or you know, chase their grade, chase that dollar. So they never really care about the workers. Really, they just want you to do the work. You know, they don't care how you do it, just do the work. So so one of the things that came out of that, Devon, I was going to ask you, and there was a lot of books that we read. One of the books I liked the most was the ones that talked about being a servant leader. What can you say about that? You know anything about that type of leader? Can you speak
about
on
being a servant? About being a servant leader? Yeah, absolutely. I mean, but you have to think about the generation, the generational gaps as well. I think the servant leader works more somebody, you know, our generation, maybe a generation before us, but definitely with the new generation, man. I'm telling you, I took this leadership course. It's the basic instructor course. Before I was even certified to become an instructor, I learned this, Jerry. I mean, we had to learn the different learning styles, like cognitive. Some people think to talk, some people talk to think. And then with this new generation, what the focus is in this military program that I've gone through to be certified through, they're actually using it in the civilian sector, man, in the leadership as far as leadership development. Because what they want people to do now, they want to train people to become critical thinkers. You see what I'm saying? So where you're talking about being a servant leader where we're taking care of people more, and then we're creating an environment where people want to work for us, where they want to work for us versus working for us, it's totally the opposite when it comes to the new generation.
Yeah, you're right. So what would you say? What do you say about some of those new .com companies that's popping up where they're really making it like it's home? They know you're going to be working long hours. They know you're going to be there almost 6 days, maybe 7 days a week. And they're making the environment, the working environment, so homey. And then some of them are saying, okay, we can offer you telework, which means you're going to be working at home anyway. Let's just bring your home here. And that's one of the things I was noticing when I was going out on YouTube. A lot of the new boys on the block, they're making the places like better than your home. You know, full-blown stainless steel kitchens with grills and a chef and catered lunch and breakfast. And if you stay late, they have dinner available for you. They have a bar there, all kinds of coffee. Games are there. You name it, man. Retreats. What do you say about the new boys that's on the block, man, and where they're setting up shop?
You know, Jerry, I think that's awesome, man. And I'll tell you why I say I think it's awesome, man, because work ain't what it used to be, if you know what I mean. Work is more demanding, and we put in a lot more hours, brother, than we used to, you know, than our parents used to, than our grandparents used to. So I think it's good, man, to create a comfortable environment, comfortable setting, and then you got to think about it, too. It contours more towards the age that we're moving towards. You know, everything is instant. It's now. You know, people like to be comfortable.
Yeah, that's true. Because one of the things that I don't like about the telework is that, okay, now we have people working up to almost 3 days at home. Okay, they started at 1, then they 2, now it's going to be 3. I know one department I was working in, they were doing 3 hours, 3 days. And then the one I'm in now, they're looking at going to 3 days. And then you have people who are already working just 4 days. They do their, I guess they call it 480 or something like that, or 880. Yeah, 880.
Right.
And so that means they off like at least 1 day a week. So So when they go to 3 days, they actually only in the office for 1 day. It seems like when they come in the office, they act like they really don't want to be there. It's like they lose their social skills, and if they do have social skills, they only socialize with the people who are their friends.
Right.
I just been kind of noticing, that part of it. The engagement piece is missing. It's like, man, I just need to get through this 1 day. That's how they look, like they don't want to be there. So what you say about the telework piece?
Yeah, I have a friend, actually, his name is Mike, and Mike complained about that. Well, and whereas a lot of people like it because they're home, some people work from their PJs. You know what I'm talking about.
Yeah.
But Mike couldn't stand it because he said, you know what, I missed that personal interaction. And actually, you mentioned social skills, Jerry. That was one of his gripes. He was saying, you know what, I think that, my social skills were better when I was in an office working with real people. And then we sharpened each other is what I remember him saying. So I definitely agree with you there. And, I mean, if you think about it, man, customer service is going down, too, because we missed that personal interaction because everything now is go to the website. They want to push you to the website, or they want to push you to some .com or something like that. And, we want answers now. We want to talk to somebody, and that gives us assurance.
That's right, man. So that's just my one pet peeve. I mean, of course, like when the weather's rough, it's cold and, ice and stuff, sometimes you say, okay, that's a good move because the days that it's snowing, things don't shut down. The government or whatever, private industry can continue to move forward. But I just love what I saw on YouTube. And one of those shows that, if anybody listening right now want to check it out, the show is called TechCrunch Cribs. It's almost like MTV Cribs, but it's like tech companies. All these new tech companies are showing you. They walk you around their company and they talk about how they got started and how they set it up and why they have the open space floor. And some of the companies, the people are allowed to bring their dogs. And I didn't see anybody with cats, but you can bring your dog. He can sit right with you by your desk. That was crazy, but they love it. Get a chance to spend time with their pet, and in some cases, people work with their spouses. But I thought it was cool. So check that out. It's called TechCrunch Cribs. That runs on YouTube. It's actually like a little mini-series. All right, we're talking to devon-callahan. All right, man, we're going to take a quick break, a real short break, and then we'll be right back. Talk to Devon about leadership development and how you can get into it if you decide you want to do it. You don't necessarily have to be a manager to want to study one of those programs. So hold tight, everybody. Here's an episode of Book Buzz with Cassandra Thompson.
How would you like to have a book that reflects your life? Hi, I'm Mocha Butterfly. I would like to tell you more about my latest book, The Reality of Mocha Butterfly. It's a poetry chapbook capturing my life that covers subjects such as self-esteem, anti-bullying, spirituality, family, friends, love, and heartbreak. You can purchase your copy online at twopensandlit.com/Thompson. To find out more about me, visit me on Facebook at facebook.com/M8CHA Fly. Thanks for listening.
All right, she's such a lovely young lady. Check her out. That's right. That's Cassandra Thompson. Check her out. She's on Facebook. All right, we're talking to devon-callahan. He's the author of I Name, and he's a development coach. Now, Devon, somebody looking to now, are you taking on clients right now?
No, not just yet, Jerry. I'm like I said, I'm retiring in about a year, so I'm thinking about 8 months, man. When things wind down for me, man, I'll be taking clients.
All right, okay. So there's no need to give out your website, but basically, for leadership development, would you say that now for people who are like on the fence, saying, hey, I wouldn't mind being a leader. I think I would make a good leader. I have the their personality, their character trait that would make a good leader, but I don't know if I want to deal with other people's problems and stuff. What would you say to a person like that?
I tell you, man, an effective leader, Jerry, I mean, that's what you're going to be faced with. You are a problem solver. As a manager, as a leader, you are a problem solver. That's your co-job, if you will, for lack of a better word. So I mean, you might want to consider something else if you're not ready to consider other people's problems. And I mean, it's not even so much other people's problems. I mean, you think about this, man. I mean, you got workers. Some people get along, some people don't. Some people understand a leadership style, some people don't. You know, and one thing that I teach people, I talk about a lot, is the elevator method. Like when I'm actually coaching and teaching, I refer to it as the elevator method. I mean, if you think about it, Jerry, you can have 18 floors, and I mean, the course of a day, you got people that have friends on different floors. They might be a business center, so they might work on different floors. But at some time of the day, everybody has to go to the bottom. You see what I'm saying? So as an instructor, as a coach, you've got to be able to reach everybody from the 18th floor and everywhere in between to the ground level. And people make it there at different times. And as a coach, you have to be adaptable like that.
That's right. Because one of the things I found. I mean, this I'm talking way back when I first got into publishing. I was actually working for a Fortune 100 publisher. I believe they were 100 at the time, and I found that most of the guys that were in supervision or management, they didn't have the best personalities most of the time. They just seemed like they were people who were just really, really good workers at the time. They were like the best. They were like the specialist or the subject matter expert, and for some reason, the manager of their team, whatever, thought it was a good idea to make them the team leader, which is not a bad idea to be a team leader, but then they decide they want to make them the supervisor, which means they have to do like more administrative type stuff. And a lot of times you don't find those people to be that organized. And then you're talking about this is someone who's going to be giving you an evaluation, and they only take notes, and they don't even observe you. They just one day say, oh, I got to hire them to do their evaluation, and that one day they decide to do it, and that may not have been your best day, and that's what it is. You know? What do you say about, you know, I mean, that's kind of like the old way things were done, but I still see agencies and components operating that way. What do you say to, you know, organizations that still operating that way and what they need to do?
Well, man, they're setting themselves up for failure because, I mean, if you think about it, I mean, the company can exist, but the company is, the integrity of the company is only as strong as their backbone, which are the people. You see what I'm saying? And with that being said, you know, that's the thing that like really kills a lot of us. We want to do the coaching. Some of us, we want to flex our leadership. We want to flex our authority, you know, and it's okay if it's done at the right times, if it's done at the appropriate times. But we have to remember to take care of, like you were talking about, the person that was saying they didn't know if they were ready to take care of other people and their problems. One thing we have got to remember, and we can't get lost in this, is we have to take care of people. And in taking care of people, you've got to do their monthly reports and their evaluations and their promotional reports, because that's how we track people's progress. That's how people make it to the next level. That's how you see if a person is a good person to job fit. So, I mean, I talk to people. I know it's grueling. We don't like to do the paperwork. We don't like to put in hours because sometimes it's not fun, and then sometimes it's more time-consuming than anything else, but it's got to get done because once people know that we care about them as leaders, people will do more for the company and do more for the organization. And that's how you build a better organization.
That's right. That is so true, man, because that was one of the challenges I had was like for someone that was new that came in the door, you know, they came in, they had their master's degree or degrees lined up, you know, they just took whatever was available on the board to get into the agency, and then they worked hard. So I was encouraging them to continue to work hard, trying to just coach them out of their frustration and let them see the end, you know, let them see the end of the tunnel, you know, to say, hey, you know, you don't want to mess up now. You got a good reputation. So I was always constantly coaching them up every week, you know, because I used to do round table discussions, and I used to mix it up with them. I used to get them out of their desk, their cubicle, and let them sit and talk about, you know, stuff about work, you know, their careers, you know, what was their favorite job, you know, why was it your favorite job, what did you like least about it, what you like most about it? Suppose we can put all the good things together, would this be the place you would want to, you know, build your career? So we used to have those kind of discussions, and one of the challenges I found, Vaughn, was the ones that were like weeks or maybe a year away from retirement. They weren't motivated. They were the most challenged ones. So that's when I really had to put on my thinking caps. I mean, I got around it, but they were the most challenging people. So what do you say about the ones that, they just holding on, just trying to keep that lead, don't burn up the sick, just come on in. They know they're not trying to, reinvent the wheel. They just want to just make it out of there with their name intact. So what do you say to a leader who has that challenge? There's more than just one of those individuals. Because just remember, a lot of the baby boomers are moving out right now.
Very true. Very true. Now, I would say to a worker, I mean, because let's be honest, I mean, that's the one of the defining points in the very beginning of my classes. I mean, I ask people, hey, let's be honest, because it's not too late for you to back out. Do you think you're a leader or do you think you're a follower? You're never going to be 100% ready to be a leader, and you're not going to be the very best in the beginning, but you have to have the heart and you have to have the drive. That's what leaders have to have. Now, you have people that are comfortable just working. Man, you talked about this a few years ago, I remember. You got people that are comfortable just working, and there's nothing wrong with that. But you have people that make things happen. Now, if you have a worker and, they've been working and the fire was strong, the tank was full, and now it's just dying out, okay, I got that. That happens. But as a leader, somebody is always watching you. And you're always responsible for somebody. So I would say, as good as you started, you need to finish the same way. You need to find some kind of, take breaks if you need to. You need to find some kind of drive to finish the way that you started, because that's how people are going to remember you.
Yeah, right. And that's exactly what I used to say to them. So I used to put a little teams together and say, let's come up with some ideas to build, everybody's. Let's motivate the components. Come up with some ideas. And I used to use them because I look at them as leaders. I looked at them. I can learn from them. And I used to tell them that. So I'm just here to make your job easy. It's a two-way street. I don't even really like that word BOSS. A manager is here to manage. I'm here to make sure your leave is in place, and if you got concerns or anything that's going to make your job easier, make it more tolerable, whatever I could do. All right, Devon, we coming up on our break. When we get back, we're gonna be ready to talk about our name, man. I'm excited, man, to find out what this book is about, man. All right. So hold tight. So we're gonna take a nice little break here, and get yourself a little drink if you have to. And here we go.
Are you experiencing a stage of life trauma, an everyday life experience that may distract you or shake your faith? My good books are short stories written on everyday topics like jealous friends or an abusive parent, written with an underlying message directing your thoughts to a positive and spiritual place. My good book strives to provide a positive influence for real people with real life struggles seeking hope, inspiration, and a perspective that will change how you handle your own life's journey. Read my good books to enjoy a positive and spiritual message today. Then share it with someone else who needs it.
Are you an author looking for promotional services or a reader looking for a great read at low prices? In this competitive world of books, Writing Royalty Promotions is dedicated to bringing authors and readers together to build a greater respect for literature through our various promotional services and online bookstore. So head over to writingroyaltypromotions.com and check us out.
What's stopping you from making more, having more, and being more? Hi, I'm Helen McMillan. I'm a success coach. I can help you shift into your $1 million zone of joyful success. Be your most magnetic, confident, and powerful self. The first step is to get my free ebook, 7 Simple Ways to Shift into Your $1 million Zone. Go to www.yourmilliondollarzone.com and download it now.
All right, getting that $1 million zone. Are you in the zone, Devon? The $1 million zone. We trying to get there. All right. We talking to devon-callahan. He's the author of I Name. It will be released March 2015. All right, Devon. So tell us a little bit about your main character in this book, man. Is this a fiction book?
It is, yeah, Jerry. It's a fiction book.
All right. So, okay. Oh, you know what? I'm sorry. I didn't even see this. Brandon did give me this part of my talking point. So it is. It's a fiction book, and you have a star of this book, this thriller, right? This is a thriller?
Roger. That's right.
Roger, okay. Shannon Lyle. Tell us a little bit about your main character.
Oh, man, this guy, I could say a lot of different things about him, man. For one, he's a star detective in Los Angeles. He starts out in Los Angeles. He was trained by, like, somebody who was deemed the best as far as detectives go, and that guy became his mentor, and he solved all kinds of high-profile cases. Now, the twist to this thing is a lot of people know who he is, but they don't know how he got to the position he's at. So detective first grade, he moved up pretty quick, and so he did some things he probably shouldn't have for this position. But keeping in mind with that, he also has a daughter. So his wife left him, so he has a daughter. She's a teenager. She's about to hit womanhood. She's like 16, 17 years old, and she's dealing with abandonment issues. And at the same time, her father isn't there most of the time because most of the time he's working on cases. So Shannon, he moves from Los Angeles to D.C., to the district. And shortly after he gets there, the serial killings that were going on in Los Angeles, it seemed like the killer follows him to D.C., and the killings continue in the same fashion as they were in Los Angeles. So he's a pretty serious guy, man. He's serious about his job. But the thing, like I said, the twist with it, and with the thing that brings readers back, and something that a lot of people can identify with, is parenthood. So with him being in, you think about it, especially men, Jerry, we care about our careers. We're career focused. We want to bring home the money. We want to make our families proud. This guy Shannon, he shares the same types of life values. So while he should be at home taking care of his daughter, a lot of times he's out there in the streets. And so throughout the book, the daughter, she's suffering from her own set of issues.
And that's Tressa? That's her name?
That's Tressa. Yeah.
Wow. Yeah, man, that's what happens sometimes. You're chasing that dollar, man. But in some cases, people are just workaholics, too. Now, is that the case? Well, most detectives are. So is Shannon Lyles, is he a workaholic?
Oh, no doubt, man. Yeah, it was the same. I mean, same thing, same. I mean, he's a workaholic, but he doesn't want to leave anything undone. And he has that pride about himself that he can solve any case no matter what it is. And when something is a little different or difficult for him, of course he has a problem with, like most of us. Man, we like to figure stuff out. We might throw a little tantrum from time to time. We can't get our way in that fashion.
Yeah. So what would you say? When you compare this guy Shannon, like if you had to compare him to a television detective, which one jumped right at you? When you think about that.
I would say Michael Douglas, and here's why I say it. I mean, you've seen Basic Instinct, right?
Yeah, I love that movie.
Yeah, well, and I kind of got that. I had never seen. Funny enough, I had never seen the movie Basic Instinct. I heard about Sharon Stone. I heard about had some serial killing in it and something of the sort. But I really I never watched the movie. I probably watched the movie, Jerry, probably about a month ago. And the book's been written since 2010. So I got the idea. I was just thinking that it was set in California. Well, I said Los Angeles, so it was set in California. And you know me, man, I like to do a lot of research. And at that time, I was getting out of the military, and they had this big old thing about the immigration laws. I don't know if you remember, and they were having protests all over California, and they were rioting and protesting. So I don't know. I picked up a magazine, and I found a little girl. And I don't know, man. I just thought about that. What if a black girl was dating a Hispanic guy? What if they're in Spanish class together? Maybe that's how she meets him. The father disapproves because of the riots and all the protests going on and the hate crimes and stuff like that. And I just built from there. And then I thought about serial killings, and I thought about serial mysteries, and most of the time it's men. I said, well, what about a woman? And I remember the Sharon Stone thing, but like I said, I had never seen the movie. So I just ran with it from there.
Yeah, that was a good movie, man. A really good movie. I'm surprised we haven't seen anything like it, just a little bit more, up to date with the social media and everything. There's always, like you said, there's always a male serial killer, and that was a good one, man. Now yours reading pretty good. I'm sitting here checking out your synopsis and everything. It seems like a pretty tight book, man. So so you happy with it?
Man, I'm really happy with it. I think this is one of the best projects I've done in a while. I did 13th Round. I was very satisfied with that. And but what I did different about this one, Jerry, Sidney Sheldon is one of my favorite authors. I don't know if you've read any of his work or not, but I did something different. And then when I sent the project to the proofreader, to my editor, she looked at it, and at first she said, "Hey, I don't know if this is going to work," because it did a lot of scene changes. And with the scene changes, I went backwards. So, for example, Shannon and I revisited times in his life so you understand how he got to where he is today. With Tressa, I went back and I revisited some issues, some things happened in the past for her mother. So now he gives you insight, and maybe you can understand. It creates empathy, and maybe you can understand why Tressa acts the way she does and acts out. So I did a lot of stuff like that, and then the editor said, "Hey, I don't know. I don't think this can sell. I don't know if people will be able to keep up." And I think about halfway through the book, she said, "I'm digging it." She said, "I see what you're doing, and I'm digging it, and it works."
Wow. So what happened? She just starting out reading the book. She was too much was going on for her. Is that what happened?
I think so. I think it was. I think it was too much going on for her. But I mean, it's definitely a technique that worked, and it kept my interest. When I was reading Sidney's books, it definitely kept my interest because I'm reading, and as long as you keep a good storyline, of course it's going to change from topic to topic and scene to scene. But as long as you start off that chapter with a tight storyline. It's almost like different stories within a story, if you understand what I'm saying.
Yeah, and the characters,
the
characters are strong.
Exactly, man. If you maintain that beat, Jerry, they're going to read it. And then once they get probably a page or two into it, they're still interested, but then they might stop for a second and think, okay, what does this have to do with the rest of the story? And after you've done that, maybe a few chapters, they know already, hey, I know it has something to do with the book. I can't wait to figure out how this ties into the rest of the story.
Yeah, I know, it's like a page turner. And so is this one of those kind of books you're reading and say, wait a minute, and then you got to go back and say, okay, that's why he did that. Okay, is that one of those kind of books? I picked up a book like that. I can't remember the title of that book, but I was almost midway and had to go back to like the third or fourth chapter to pick back up on what the character was doing. So this book, is it for the thrill seekers, the ones that's chasing these type of thrillers, these strong characters? Is this for that type of person, that reader, the avid reader?
Yeah, I would say so, Jerry. And you talking about turning back, I learned another thing too, because like I said, I hadn't been writing in a while, so it's really given me time to really develop my craft. To prevent people from having to go back, I will mention when I'm getting ready to change something or I'm about to tie them together, I will mention it again. So I'll mention it a few times so I can keep it fresh in your mind. So then when you read it, okay, yeah, that's right. So you won't have to go back. I don't want you to go back because you might put the book down. We don't want that.
But I'm going to tell you, man, some of the better movies I've seen, I was like, wow, I need to look at this one on DVD so I can go back. I need to go back a couple scenes, sometimes you have to revisit something because something was just so deep, that messed you up. I said, whoa, wait a minute, because you kind of was looking at it unconsciously, but you need to go back and really take it in more. Man, I can't wait. I'm going to have to check this one out, man. Wow. Now, are you out there marketing it right now, or what's going on? How can people meet you, get the book signed, hand to hand,
Well, I'm marketing it right now, but I'm trying to stay low-key with it because you know the rules with it, man. You don't want to market it too much before the book comes out. You want to build a big buzz, and it's not coming out for another 2 months. Right. So I'm doing that. I mean, people can connect with me. They can buy the book directly from me. We can have, usually what I do, I have people connect with me, I have an email conversation with them, of course, and then they buy the book from me, and then I give them a personalized signed copy with a personalized message.
Good.
And then also,
Yeah, plus you still have your other books still available too, right? You still got Fire and Rain available, Nappy is Good, right? 13th Round, all those books. Yeah. Okay. So we just want to let the audience know that he's out there on Amazon.com. He also writes under Scholar Writes, Skalar, but you can find him under devon-callahan. Okay, and you'll be able to click the link. Well, just Google him, from this show. And 13th Round. Now you just released that one in April 2011. What's that about?
That's about I came up with that concept, Jerry, because I used to be in the boxing pretty tough, and then when I got back into the military, back on active duty, I actually found me a trainer, and I found there was a lady, man. She was a boxing trainer, and I couldn't believe it, but she was so beautiful, bro. I mean, just fine, and she would actually contend. She would actually she actually fought, and she was on the all-army boxing team, and she fought, man. And when she get busted up pretty good, but you see a couple weeks later, you'd never be able to tell. And then she was talking to me one day, and she said she had a problem. She said, yeah, I'm a great person. I think I'm a great-looking person, but I have a hard time keeping a man. So I asked her why she have a hard time keeping a man, and she said, because I box. She said, it's all good before I get in the ring, and I come back out. I have my good days where I'm looking as pretty as I did when I stepped in, and then I got my days where I get busted up. And men can't handle that. And I was like, wow. And then and it's funny because the next day I went to the PX, and I picked up a magazine, and Layla Ali was on the front of it. And I was just super inspired, and I just started penning the book from there.
Wow. So this book is about that young lady?
Yeah, it's about that young lady, but I won't say that young lady. I mean, that's where I got the premise, and I got the base from. But it's about a guy who used to be. He was in the boxing world, but he had to retire for medical reasons, and he has a coffee shop. And then he met this female boxer, professional boxer. She frequents his shop, so he met her, and they started dating. And that was the struggle between him and her. For one, he had commitment issues because for so long he was a boxer, man. You know how it is. I mean, you're doing something, you're a professional athlete, man. You're going to have women coming at you left and right, and that's the life he was accustomed to. So for him then he also experienced a midlife crisis. So he was convinced when he talked with his shrink, hey, look, you need to change some things up. Maybe find one woman, somebody that you could care about, and just see how that works out for you. So he said he would try it. And he met the Tamarine is the name, the lead character. He met Tamarine, and he just, adventured with her, man, just to see where it would go. And, I mean, it led to success. I mean, they had the up and downs, because both of them are aggressive by nature, but it made for a better read.
Yeah, wow. 13th Round, sometime relationships going to overtimes. So why you title that, sometime relationships going to overtime?
Because those two, Tamarine and Nazé is the retired boxer, and Tamarine is the female boxer, professional boxer. And with them, they either had screaming matches, and her thing, the way she resolved everything, Jerry, was boxing, was fighting. So she had an indoor gym, so they got into an argument one day. So her and her boyfriend came over, and they got into an argument, and she says, okay, look, let's just settle in the gym. So they gloved up, and they had a little sparring match, and that's how she resolved things. So it's like they both taught each other how to love and respect one another and how to actually enter and improve themselves to coexist in a successful relationship.
Wow. All right. So now you still pushing Nappy is Good? Because I see it's still out there on Amazon. Can people still get books? Get Nappy is Good, the conversation piece?
Oh, they can still get that, man. It's funny, man, because if I'm doing a book signing, if I have books for sale, man, people just, I won't say gravitate, but people just automatically grab that book. What is this about? And I think they like the ethnic feature, the ethnic picture that's on the book. And it's the actual picture, man, I still have it. It's a drawing that I did myself. But the image on the book is actually inverted. So that's why it looks Yeah, it's a young guy. The picture's actually of a young guy, but when you invert the image, it looks like an older guy.
Yeah, it does.
So, yeah, that's a conversation in itself.
Yeah, it is. Tell us a little bit about that book for somebody who's interested in looking into that one.
Oh, for somebody who's interested in that, man, it's a conversation piece. It's something that's thoroughly sure to promote conversation because it's I talk about everyday situations, man. I talk about teenage pregnancy. I talk about real life issues that are in your face that people sometimes refuse to deal with. You have parents who are in denial. You know, their kids are going through things, drugs and things of the sort, commitment issues, their children suffering because of issues that parents may have had, you know, and kids didn't ask for it. I mean, they were just born into it. But a lot of people, it's a lot of situations, delicate situations that people refuse to talk about or they want to ignore or snub like they don't exist. And I put these things in this book. So, I mean, if you will, it's almost like therapy. And then when I noticed about the book, I gave it to one of my coworkers. And before I knew it, I mean, half of my office didn't talk. I was in Baltimore at the time. You remember when that book came out, man, I was in Baltimore. I was working at Baltimore Maps. Half of the medical department didn't talk to each other. I took that book in, and then my man Banks was reading it. So then he told people about it. So Miss Debbie came in. She was like 50-something years old. I was in my early 30s at the time. And she said, Callahan, let me get a copy of that book. And I said, yeah, I'll give you a copy of the book. So I gave it to her, and she read it. And I'm telling you, Debbie didn't like most of the people in the office. But by the time they got to talking about the book, and then other people went and ordered online, Jerry, I didn't even know it. And, man, most of my department had that book, and they were comparing stories. There's short stories in there. There's poetry, short conversation pieces, quotes, and people just comparing notes and information, man. And it worked in my benefit because I was the trainer. I was the assistant trainer there. So when I would go in there and have everybody there once a week on Wednesdays, then people, okay, training's over with. All right, it's been 15, 20 minutes. Let's talk about your book. You know, and it was good, man.
Wow. And that book is still available on Amazon.com under Devon-Callahan. All right, Devon, we're going to take a quick break, man, and when we get back, we're going to get your final thoughts, man, and pretty much just, you know, finish up on your new book, I Name, because I wanted to ask you where you get that title from. So soon we get back, that'll be a question you can go out on, okay, and your final thoughts. All right. Okay, hold tight, everybody. We got another Book Buzz presentation from Brenda Williams.
Are you looking for something steamy, hot, and erotic? Well, you're looking for Explicit Expressions by Brenda Williams, one of the most prolific erotic writers of all time, brings to you her collection of sensual erotic stories, poems, and seduction that will warm the heart of anyone. Each one penned, guaranteed to have minds wandering, hearts racing, automatically introducing sexual bliss. So lay back, get comfy, get ready to be mesmerized. This will be an experience you'll never forget.
All right, that's Brenda Williams. She said her book is super hot, so things is cold in the bedroom. That's the book to get. That's right, Explicit Expressions by Brenda Williams. And she's also a radio host, too, so you can check her show out on Blog Talk Radio. Just Google her, and it'll come right up. All right, she's all over Facebook, too. And speaking of exotic or erotic, we're talking about I Name, a seductively smart and erotic thriller. I Name, a must-read by Devon-Callahan. So, Devon, tell us where you get that title from, I Name, and what does it mean to you?
Man, I really hate telling people this, but I'm going to tell you, though, Jerry. I Name is I-N-A-M-E. Now, if you divide it like so, I-N, the letter A, and then M-E, what do you have?
N-A-Me?
N-A-Me, exactly.
Yeah.
So the killer, when she what it is, man, is great, man, because the reason why I call it erotic and seductive thriller because this lady, kind of like Basic Instinct, this lady, she's into paraphilia. Paraphilia is all kinds of stuff, man. It could be torture while having sex, through needles, choking, all kinds of stuff. It could even be something as weird as urinating or something like that. But the lady does all this stuff, but the people that she's with enjoy it, and she does this stuff, and that's like the climax to help before she kills him. And after she kills him, and she leaves this, there's no identifying marks, no patterns, no nothing like that, man. But the only thing that's in common with all of the victims is that she leaves a toe tag, and it's stamped I name. And so once the detectives really sit down and they examine it and they start playing with I name, they come up with in me. And that's the message that the killer was trying to send across. She's saying that something's wrong with me and I'm the enemy. Mm-hmm. And then the chief of police says, no, I don't think that's it at all. I think she's saying, she's killing these men. I think she's saying that we are the enemy.
Mm.
So it's one of them things you can take it either way. So I kind of leave it open. Mm-hmm. So, I mean, yeah.
Sound like a real thriller. Now, is this going to be a screenplay, man? Because you mentioned, writing screenplays. Is this one of your projects?
Oh, my man, I already wrote the screenplay. When I took that break from writing, I think I talked to you about the 202 series, which is a modern day black gangster type thing. It's a 3-part series. I wrote those as well. I haven't published them yet, but then I did the screenplays, the screen adaptations for those, and also did a screen adaptation for I Name as well. And the screenplay won't be called I Name, it will be called Enemy. So it kind of switches up a little bit, give and take here and there.
Wow. Sound awesome, man. So happy for you, bruh. And soon you'll be out and have all the time you want to write these screenplays. Because then it's going to be time to sell those bad boys, right? Get an agent.
Oh, yeah.
Put it to work. All right. Now, I know you say you're super busy with the job and you got your coaching business. Are you performing poetry, or that's on the back burner also?
That's on the back burner. I haven't done that in a while. Then again, you have to think about location. Like, man, you used to talk about it all the time. I mean, when I was in Baltimore, it was great because there was always something going on. And then you had so many groups that were out performing and actors doing different things. But here in Oklahoma, man, it's not a big platform for that here.
Yeah. That's why everybody going virtual now, man. I'm about to game change it, man. It's going to be totally virtual soon. Man. Already bringing people on board now. Yeah, you got to put some stuff together, man. Look, I got a project for you, bro. Go ahead and pull your stuff out, man, and use your smartphone, record it, because things, they can do some stuff, man, a little computer. Go ahead and put your pieces together and do a little EP, man, and come on my show called Unplugged on the weekend, man. I'm out there now pulling up, anybody who wants to go audio, man. Virtual spoken word. All right? Give you something.
You know what? I got you. I got a lot of stuff to do. Yeah, I'll do that, man. You just let me know when, man. Send me a tweet or Facebook message or something, man. Give me specifics.
Yeah.
I'll definitely do that.
Yeah, you just got to put it together. Just put 5-6 pieces together and just send it to me, and I'm going to publish it. Every weekend. Yes, every weekend, man. I'll publish you, man. Put you in rotation, bro. All right, man. So, with your final thoughts for tonight's show for my audience.
Oh man, I tell you, man, life is great. I say the best thing I can leave anybody with is, if it's something you want to do in life, you got to follow it and don't give up and don't let anybody tell you anything different. And you have to find a way. It's going to be work. You have to find a way to make it happen. And I mean, it's a shame, man, if you live for however long you live, because tomorrow's not promised. I mean, it's a shame to live this life and return to the Maker, man, not having fulfilled your conquest or done even half of the things that you wanted to do.
Man, for real. I say live that dream, man. That's my thing, man. Not to step on what you just said, but just to add on to it. But I just feel like if it's anything that's in you know, you desire that you want to do, I just say go do it, because you know we work so hard, man, and like you said, life is not promised tomorrow. You know, live your set your legacy. You know, so that's why I grind hard, man. Sometimes I only get 3-4 hours of sleep, but that's what it is. You know, we doing what we do, man. I got the family involved. You know, we gonna make this thing, man. And I like helping people, man. You know, I always feel like entertainment is just like people always say, music. Music is probably the one biggest thing besides dancing and poetry to bring people together, man, in harmony. And that's what we need more of, man. Harmony. Less war.
No doubt. No doubt.
Yeah.
Right.
All right. Well, ladies and gentlemen, that was my man devon-callahan. It's been a long time, man. We got to talk soon, man. We got to talk. We got to get together and talk, man. See what you're up to. And I appreciate you talking about their leadership development, man, because that was something I was really big on for a while, man. When I was definitely hitting that payment really, really hard, but it just wore me out though. So, you know, it's like, you know, you do that, now it's time to do something else, you know. So I'm out of management now. But right now I'm just doing outreach, man. Doing outreach in the high schools. I'm doing outreach with small businesses. And I'm actually working for the chief of staff with small businesses. And I just love it, man. I just love it when we go out in the business community and talk about how people can secure government contracts, man. I just love it. And this, you know, doing this thing, bringing the people together who already have projects, like, you know, people like yourself. All right, man?
All right, man.
And I'm telling you, Devon, I tell people all the time, man, I tell them if they want to hear the good stuff, man, I mean the real good stuff, they got to tune in to Positive Power 21.org or Spreaker.com/Positive Power 21. Thanks a million, and we talk real soon. Take care, everybody.
All right, my man. You take it easy, sir.
You too. Jerry Voice Live worldwide. Thank you for tuning in to Jerry Voice Live on PositivePower21.org and Spreaker.com/Positive Power. Hold on line, Devon. This is a Voice Enterprises production. And don't forget about replay on Facebook.com/Jerry Voice Live. All right, everybody. Thanks for tuning in. Jerry Voice Live. Hold tight, Devon.
Hi, this is your girl Cotton, the softest voice in poetry. And when I'm online, I listen to Jerry Royce live worldwide on positivepower21.org. You should be listening to Jerry Royce live.
Hi, this is Reese Flint, and I'm on Jerry Royce Live.
You are listening to positivepower21.org with Jerry Royce.
What up? It's your boy Kano Kingston.
Hi, this is Angel Sessions.
Hey, this is Pat. Hi, I'm Teresa Powell.
Hi, Jerry. This is Ira Samuel Carter.
Hi, this is Bill Powers.
Hello, this is Teresa Bobby with Jerry Royce Live.
Hi, I'm Philip Barron. I'm live on the Jerry Royce Show. Hey, what it do? It's your boy Houston Saint.
Peace, this is Dahlia the poet, spoken word artist.
Hello, this is Ramon Marquis with Jerry Royce Live.
All right, everyone. You got Robin Lynn, and I'm keeping it live right now on Jerry Royce Live.
Hey, what's going on, everybody? What's up? This is award-winning podcast with the greatest podcast on earth. Thank you for stopping by. I'm your host, Jerry Royce Live worldwide on internet radio, where you get your positive on. So when it's all positive, it's all power. That's positive power. This is a worldwide podcast for growth, wealth, and success. Thank you.
Think you know how drugs get in those little brown bottles? Think again. Set in the green hills of western New Jersey, inside the gilded halls of power of a U.S. pharmaceutical company where decisions are worth billions of dollars and human lives worth less. Nicholas Harding, a young executive at Marshall Pharmaceutical, finds his career, family, and life in jeopardy. The Farmhouse, a suspense thriller novel by Bill Powers, published by Donna Inc. Publications, available at Amazon.com or DonnaInc.org. Go to Bill's webpage at www.author.BillPowers.com.
Are you looking for the next great read? A book filled with love, passion, betrayal, and intrigue. The award-winning novel, Season of Change, by Tamika Patrice Kane is sure to satisfy your literary sweet tooth. Check out this must-read book reviewers are calling uplifting and emotional, and exceptionally great read, deeply intense and thought-provoking. Order your copy today, available in paperback and ebook on Amazon.com or at www.tamikapatrice.com.
Are you an author looking for promotional services or a reader looking for a great read at low prices? In this competitive world of books, Writing Royalty Promotions is dedicated to bringing authors and readers together to build a greater respect for literature through our various promotional services and online bookstore. So head over to WritingRoyaltyPromotions.com and check us out.
Thank you, everybody. Thank you for joining us, and welcome to PositivePower21.org. I am Jerry Royce Live. We have a book buzz sponsor tonight, and hey, let's see who it is.
Are you the next best-selling author? Hi, my name is Kiaki Helm, founder of WBKPC. The world is waiting to hear your thoughts about issues that are concerning the youth of today. So share your ideas and thoughts with the world by joining our writing contest, which will give you the opportunity to become a published author if you win. You don't have to wait until you're older to accomplish great things. You can start now. To learn more about our publishing package valued at $15,000, please visit www.writtenbykids.com.
Hi, this is Angel Sessions, and when I'm in town, I listen to Jerry Royce Live, PositivePower21.org, where they play my favorite music.
All right, everybody. Thank you for holding tight. We appreciate it. Tonight on the show, we got the author of Crossout. That's right, the Crossout series available on Kindle. And his editor was Latasha Banks. And we're talking about Reese Flint.
customers are saying, don't sleep on this new author. And this book was released in December 2014. All right. And he has a company called Reese World Publishing, book and magazine distribution. And the bio reads, author Reese Flint is from Atlanta, Georgia, and lives in Northern California with his wife and family. His passion for writing started early. Poems, short stories, and plays all became an early part of his development. An avid reader, Reese enjoys all genres of literature, music, and art. Hobbies include sports, mixed martial arts, travel, and networking. CEO of Reese World Publishing, Reese and his staff are dedicated to bringing the hottest work around. Reese Flint, welcome to Jerry Royce Live. How you doing tonight, sir?
Hey, I'm good, my man. How are you?
I'm great, man. And your first question for tonight is, who is Reese Flint of Reese World Publishing?
Well, that's me. I'm Reese Flint. And I guess a good way to describe me is dedicated, man. I'm dedicated, ambitious, and relentless. You know, I'm relentless when it comes to my craft. You know, I love life, and I love, you know, my life. My pen reflects my life, you know.
Yeah.
So, yeah, that's probably the best way to describe me, man, just relentless, you know.
All right. So you left the good state of Georgia to move to Northern California. I know that was a big difference, man. Was that a culture shock or what?
Well, it was. It wasn't, man. I love traveling. You know, I've been to 48 states and 7 countries. So, Cali was just like, you know, just like the song, Going Back to Cali. You know, I've been there, and my wife is actually from there. So,
okay,
you know, that's just where I settled. I love it.
Yeah. All right. So what, you're a military man?
No, I'm not a military man. I just love life, you know.
All right. So how did you afford the luxury of traveling? You know, the planes and trains are so high these days, man. That was a lot of places you named.
Well, I mean, you know, anything can be achieved with hard work, you know. And no matter what you do, if you manage your money right, you can, you know, have fun and do what you do. You can always relax. But you have to work hard first. There's no relaxing without hard work.
That is true, man. So who's really the world traveler? Is it you or your wife, or you just going along for the ride?
No, it's me actually. I've actually traveled more than I've traveled more than she has. But she loves it too, you know.
Yeah,
she loves it.
Yeah, it's funny with me, man. It's like once I've been to a couple places, I had enough. You know, I said, "Gee, honey," I said, most of the stuff at those resorts we go to, we could put that same stuff in our own backyard. You know, I just need to change it the season. And then I said, those nice rooms. I said, we can get one of those nice rooms. You know, I said, just be creative. You know. And she like looking at me like, no, that ain't gonna work. We going to Tom Joyner thing. We going to this place and that. I just don't have the patience to stay on the planes that long with a train or whatever, man. I just want to, you know, like snap my fingers and be there. You know, that's
right. You got to say, that's where the bar comes in, or that's where you get you some sleep. You know, you got to kind of plan your, plan your trip around, you know, getting a little rest. You know, because it's actually about the trip and not the plane. So
yeah, it's true. And they made it a little painless now. That, you know, standing in line is not as bad. You know, you don't have to come out your shoes like we used to. And you know, I guess the equipment is getting better with the scanner, so they do kind of rush you through. Because we traveled on the holidays, and it wasn't that bad. You know, it really wasn't, man. Yeah, really painless. For me, going to Florida is far enough now. And once we get there, if she want to go somewhere another 20, 30 minutes, like maybe to the Bahamas or something, that's okay. You know, but that's me, man. Short trips, man. But that's good.
Right.
All right. That's a blessing, man. It's a blessing. All right. Now, you're a man of poetry and short stories, man. So when did that happen?
Actually, I started probably in college. I went to school in Savannah, Georgia, and it's a coastal city. Really historic, pretty. So there's a lot to like write about, and you know, everyone there is like creative. So there's a lot of history, you know, Black history, and just a lot of history and art there. So it's a lot to, you know, kind of write about. I did my first play there. just messing around with a couple friends, and we did it, never expecting the director to want to do it. So, you know, that's kind of where it came in, that we just being silly guys, a couple guys that played ball with me, and, you know, it started from there.
All right. So did you play sports in college?
I'm a good sports, you know, I'm a good sports player, but my level, I mean, I have to say that, you know, I was there mainly for education. So I played my freshman year, but after that, you know, I didn't have dreams of going to the pros. So, you know, and my parents weren't hearing that either. They were like, nah, you there to study. So
that's right, man. So we talking about football, baseball, track, basketball?
I played everything, you know, but I was mainly a football and basketball player.
Yeah. All right. Yeah, my main sport was baseball, but I can get through a football game.
Okay.
Yeah, man. That's all right. All right. So you say you dipped and dabbled in playwriting. So just that one time.
Yeah, I did. You know, nothing too serious. Just like I said, we started out playing around, and for me, anytime I get into something, you know, I kind of like want to take it seriously. At least for that moment, you know, I'll take it seriously. And we wrote a couple of plays. You know, we were just young kids, you know, messing around, and we did that. And since then, I've written more. That's actually where I started writing. I started writing a journal that I still write today. And you know, like I said, it wasn't anything serious, but you know, it kind of got me. It kind of kick-started my writing.
Yeah, and you enjoy all genre, literature, music, and art. So do you do any of those things, or you just just sit back and just enjoy it? Those are the doing.
Well, I enjoy it. You know, I enjoy writing. I enjoy writing and reading. You know, all genres, from urban, of course, to my taste run all the way to like vampire and all kind of different novels. So if it's a good read, then I'm gonna get into it.
Yeah, they do. They got some good sci-fi stuff out there now. All right, now music. Now, do you play any instruments? Do you sing karaoke?
I sing a little bit, but I'm not gonna sing right now. But I sing and I play I played the drums. I played them, but if I had to be asked to be in a band or something, nah, I wouldn't. I never pass. But yeah. Gotcha.
And then you mentioned the arts. Are you a painter, a cartoonist, graphic designer, or you just enjoy watching other people?
I'm just a lover of art, man. Nice artwork. I have a couple nice pieces. In Savannah, they have a school called Savannah College of Art and Design, and I had a neighbor that was actually an artist, and India Irie was actually down there then, she was going to school there. So I saw a couple of artists. I saw a lot of nice musical artists and, actually portrait and different creative artists. And it kind of turned my eye to it. And since then I've been, I like to go to museums and, I just love it. If I see artwork, I like to stop and look at it and study it, So I'm just a lover of it. I don't do it myself, but I love it.
There's some good people out there, man. I remember having a woman on the show named Charlotte Webb, man. Her and her husband, but they had some pieces that was unbelievable. They were huge pieces, too, man. And she's virtual, too. You can check out right on the internet. Just Google Charlotte Webb. I was just thinking about that when you was talking about admiring other people's work. Now, you got hobbies, man. You got a lot of hobbies, man. Sports, well, you probably just doing, over 30 sports right now.
Yeah,
and,
right.
Keeping it safe, flag football. Right. Yeah, flag football. Yeah, and pickup games, basketball. I got it.
Yeah, we have a league. We play flag football, man. I play that as long as I can, and softball. So, year round I'm doing something.
That's right, man. I love it. Oh, softball was my sport, man. My friends, we were hardball players, but we loved playing softball on the weekends against the league guys when they practicing. We used to like going out there beat them guys that was over 40, and we were only in our 20s. That was fun. Now, you mentioned mixed martial arts, man. So are you actually practicing, or you just enjoy watching it on TV?
I've actually studied martial arts for like 17 years. So
wow.
I don't compete anymore. I competed early on, but I enjoy, watching. I have a friend that actually owns a dojo, and whenever I have time, I'll go down and, I'll train with them.
Mm-hmm.
But, it's a means now to keep in shape, and, it becomes a passion. It becomes a part of your everyday life, basically.
That's right. Yeah, mixed martial arts is addictive, man. I wish it was around when I was younger. Yeah, because them guys, man, they really train hard. Now, so what form of martial arts do you actually, do you have a black belt in?
My training was Shotokan. So,
that's out here.
Right. So I'm partial to that, but with mixed martial, you kind of study not all forms, but different forms. So you may pick up Taekwondo, you may pick up a little Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu. There's just things, whatever interests you.
Yeah, and it's funny because that was exactly what a lot of my friends were doing. We was in high school, because I started out with karate, then Taekwondo, then Aikido. My dad was teaching Jiu-Jitsu and boxing. So it's like we kind of already had that, he just didn't call it anything back then in the 80s.
Right.
Yeah. All right. Now networking, man. So you big into entrepreneurship, or does that mean socializing online or happy hour? What's networking for you?
Well, for me, networking means it's not so much a social as far as entertainment. Of course that comes with it, but networking helps your business. Networking helps your brand, and I feel that if I can meet 1,000 people, then we can network, and I can help their brand, and it can help my brand. And there's never knowing. You never know who you need. You never want to burn bridges in this business, or any business for that matter.
Yeah, that is true. It's so true. Yeah. All right, man. We're going to take a quick break. We're talking to Reese Flint. He's author of Cross Out and owner of Reese World Publishing. So when we get back, we're going to talk about Reese World. Reese World. I one time thought about calling my company Jerry World, but it was already taken. All right, for our good friend out in Dallas. All right, hold tight, y'all, for an episode of Book Buzz.
How would you like to have a book that reflects your life? Hi, I'm Mocha Butterfly. I would like to tell you more about my latest book, The Reality of Mocha Butterfly. It's a poetry chapbook capturing my life that covers subjects such as self-esteem, anti-bullying, spirituality, family, friends, love, and heartbreak. You can purchase your copy online at twopensandlit.com/Thompson. To find out more about me, visit me on Facebook at facebook.com/M8CHA-Fly. Thanks for listening.
All right, very sweet young lady. She's pushing her book. So check out Cassandra Thompson. She's on Facebook. So just type in her name and message her and help out with her poetry book. I think she's in college, matter of fact. So everybody needs help. All right, we talking to Reese Flint, author of Cross Out, part of the Cross Out series, available in Kindle edition. And we're here to talk about he's the CEO of Reese World Publishing. All right, Reese, tell us about your publishing company, man, and how hard are you driving your workers, your employees?
CEO, that's me. Yeah, so I love, man. I'm having fun. I'm having fun, Jerry. I have a good friend in the industry too, and he kind of pushed me to go ahead and start doing my thing. I own businesses on the street that moderately successful. And he was like, well, man, you write so much. Go ahead and start your own thing. And I did, and I'm loving it. I have my own work. I have a couple of authors too. We're on the ground level right now, but I mean, there's only big things and bigger things coming from Reese World. Stay tuned, everybody. Stay tuned and check it out.
Yeah, man. So is your company new? How old is your company?
We're less than a year old, actually, brother. You know.
All right. Yeah.
But what's time? Time is relevant. You know, like I said, man. Stay tuned, man, and we're gonna, you know, a year from now you'll say, wow, I remember when we just talked about that, and you know, you're just starting out, and look at you now.
That's right.
You know?
I like following. I love following people's business. You know, especially authors. I've looked up some authors that I had on my show when I was doing this back in 06, 07, and seeing, you know, where they are today, and people still grinding, man. They still doing their thing, and they where they want to be. You know, established authors. And I remember interviewing Pamela Samuel Young. She was a young lawyer, you know, corporate lawyer, and she was pushing a couple books. Yeah, I think she had like 6, 7 books, and I caught up with her, man. She's like really doing her thing out there on YouTube and all that stuff. You know, it's exciting, man. I can't wait, man. You know, well, hopefully we'll be in contact with you for years to come, and I won't have to look you up when I'm retired.
Oh, most definitely.
Yeah, man. Yeah, because I'm talking about 15 years, man. I want to be doing this thing. Yeah. Well, I want to, you know, be out there soon to start hitting the pavement, just bringing it to the people. You know, of course, you know, virtual. There's nothing wrong with doing virtual, man. Virtual is awesome. You know. Now, are you guys doing Reese World Publishing virtual, or people can actually knock on the door, open your office, and they can sit down and talk to you?
Oh, we're everywhere, man. We're not just virtual. You know, of course, social media is the thing right now, you know, but, man, we still hit the pavement. We everywhere, you know. You'll see. You know, that's all I can say is you'll see. You know, we buy coastal. We loving life, man. We trying to get these books out here. You know, Cross Out is a sleeper, you know, and part 2 is coming out Friday. So, you know,
that's right.
Reese World is everywhere.
That's right. Now you mentioned, I found this out there on the internet, you know, talking about books and magazines. So you guys, now what magazines are you distributing? Are they, you know, in-house, or you guys marketing other joints out there?
It's basically in-house right now, but we're not going to limit ourselves. Reese World doesn't limit itself to anything. You know, we have artists coming out in erotica, poets, you know, spoken word. My man Tristan Shakespeare's got the spoken word coming, you know. We're everywhere, man, and it's funny because, you know, when I see people that in anything that I do, I've never been one-dimensional, you know. And if there's a way to, like, even with sports, you know, I love pitching, but I can play any part of the field on softball, pitching first base, second base, shortstop, whatever. So, you know, why limit yourself?
That's right. That's how you want to bring it. Now, you talked about spoken word. Now, are you guys going to be producing like live shows online, or they're going to be downloads, or people can actually go to buy tickets and see a performance?
Well, we're going to start with to get my man out there. We're going to start online, but we're going to book him coming like the middle of the year. We're going to book him at a couple different venues. You know, I don't want to say the venues yet because we're not confirmed, but he'll be out there. You know, okay. I'm the kind of publisher, man, that, you know, whatever my artists want to do, I'm going to help them do it. You know, if you see that dream, I'm going to do my best to make that a reality. You know, and we're going to laugh all the way till they get tired, because I don't ever get tired.
That's right. That sounds exciting. Now your artist, the spoken word art, has he released the EP or LP already?
Actually, we just came out of the studio, man. He's really quiet about it. And the funny thing is,